Mic check. Mic check. Greetings, Black family. Greetings. Sorry, StreamYard changed a lot of things around, so I can't do the intro like I normally would. But thank y'all for tuning in to season 5, episode 16, part 1 of the Front Line Blacc News. And I'm your host, Chain Krumah. We're joined with the other host, Lady Che, who's behind me. And on this season 5, episode 16, part 1 of the Front Line Blacc News, we'll be discussing several topics. The first topic is, of course, them tangibles. This is the year and the decade of tangibles. So continue to mess up the tangible for your vote, Black family, all the way from now to 2100. As Twin has put in the chat. Then we got, while Americans struggle, Culver City Democrats hand $50,000 to illegal immigrants caught by ICE. Ain't that a bitch? Mm, mm, mm. Then we got Black Americans told to get out of our feelings and help the immigrants protest. Hell to the no, no, no. Then we got Charleston White backfires on the Karmelo Anthony slander. Then Louisiana's insane law says cops are hate crime victims. Why do people consider FBA as divisive? Then we got ChatGPT, who was in America before Columbus, and is Tariq Nasheed really the reason people are delineating? Please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Front Line Blacc News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including J Militants, Kookeezies, who normally does our intro track, and the Church of Black Power. Also, Lady Che's GoFundMe is in the description, along with the copyright disclaimer. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. And I do not own the rights to this music. And if you don't understand racism, white supremacy, what it is and how it operates, everything that you think you understand will only confuse you in all 9 areas of human activity, which is education or economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, sex, war, and religion, and some say health and nutrition. RIP to the great Nelly Fuller Jr. Then we got Racism, white supremacy is conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival to prevent white annihilation. So those are the topics. Thank y'all for tapping in. Make sure y'all like and subscribe to the Frontline Black News. So I'm gonna hop right into it with the tangibles, like I've been doing since day one on this program and previous programs. Continue to mess up the tangible for your vote, Black family, from now all the way up to 2100. So I'm gonna read this like I've been reading for the past 6, 7 years now. Tangibles. Yeah, it's been 6 years now. 6 years since 2019. Tangibles 2020. So instead of 2020, it's 2025, but everything else remains the same. So the 2025 local elections are coming up, the 2026 midterm elections are coming up, and the 2028 presidential elections are coming up. And foundational Black Americans are going to reject the 50-year-old plus malign neglect policy that has been implemented by the political system. This malign neglect policy mandates that Black Americans should be ignored and only mentioned in vague and non-specific terms. Lumping foundational Black Americans in the group of minorities, immigrants, people of color, marginalized, downtrodden, underserved, underprivileged, etc., has only hindered the progress of Black Americans as a group while providing tangible benefits for other groups. In this election cycle, meaning the 2025 for local elections, like in New York City, 2026 for the midterms in every state, and 2028 for the next presidential, and 2027 for the next Denver election, Black Americans are going to insist that our needs are specifically met by politicians who are seeking our votes. Foundational Black Americans want tangible benefits, specifically for us. We do not want trickle down secondary benefits that are provided for every group. Every group has not been systematically marginalized and disenfranchised in every area of society as foundational Black Americans. So we refuse to be lumped in with groups who often assist in the exploitation and disenfranchisement of Black Americans. So politicians must offer tangibles, specifically the foundational Black Americans, or we simply will not vote for them. Be sure to spread this message far and wide on social media using the hashtag Tangibles2020. And since it's 2025, it's Tangibles 2025. And next year, when the midterms are, it's Tangibles 2026. And then in 2027 for the Denver elections, and Tangibles 2028 for the next presidential elections. All the way up to 2100, Black family. Continue to mass up the tangible for your vote. Lady J. Just so. Okay. So when we say tangibles, we talking about something real, something with substance, something you can count, measure, feel, touch with your own hand, i.e. a check, i.e. reparations in the form of direct lineage-based cash payments to the American freedmen, descendants of American child slavery, foundation of Black Americans. So if they're not offering you that, don't waste your time. If they're not offering you an anti-Black hate crime bill, don't waste your time. And if they're not offering you land and tax-free exemption, don't waste your time. If they're not offering you lineage-based specific policy, don't waste your time voting Black family. So those are the tangibles. And the amount is now in the gazillions. It started at 100 trillion, and now it's in the gazillions, and it's just continue to compound interest over and over and over again, year after year, decade after decade. So continue to mass up the tangible for your vote, Black family. Not symbolism. We don't want symbolism. We don't want symbolic gestures. We want tangible benefits, specifically the foundational Black Americans. And we've been stressing this since day one, so this shouldn't come as no surprise to anybody that's tapping in to the Frontline Black News. Now, moving along to the next topic, and that is why Americans struggle. Culver City Democrats hand $50,000 to illegal immigrants caught by ICE. I say every last one of them politicians in Culver City need to be recalled and removed from office for allowing this madness. But Uncle Phil's going to give us an update on that once I find the video.
not putting out misinformation. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the Democrats have did it again out in Culver City, California. Now, what did the Democrats do? Oh, we know the Democrats are about open borders and making sure they put cash payments in the hands of illegal immigrants. Don't just take it from me, because I'm not putting out misinformation. This video is going to come from their city council. Let's go ahead and roll that.
So I see that, but also I think the immigration defense is really important as it pertains to the legal defense. So for the money that is in front of us imminently, I think the legal defense is priority number one, to make sure that folks can stay here and have that legal support.
Where are we getting all this money from? We had $20 million, $250,000, $50,000. Now your rental assistance is going to be on the following agenda. I'm sure the CCUSD is going to be asking. I mean, I get it, but where are we getting this money? We just hell bent on bankrupting the city. I don't get it. It is drops in the bucket, some might say, but to me it's not. This adds up. I mean, these consistent drops in the bucket is what sinks a ship. That being said, Mayor, I have a hard time supporting really right now any of this, considering our financial positions that we're in as a city.
I do think this is a good use of our money to help support our neighbors in need.
I could really use $50,000 right now, but I know that this could be spread and impact a lot of folks that need some help.
That motion passes 4 ayes, 1 no.
As you see, ladies and gentlemen, they approved to give illegal immigrants that is going through ICE enforcement operations money, okay? Money, cash. Now, let's look at FBA. You talking about reparations. The most they'll give you, the Democrats, is a study. Now, you can't even get a study when you have a so-called, and I say so-called, black governor out in Maryland, right? Westmore, shout out to him. He did not even give a study. So in California, they're doing cash payments. They didn't tell them we need to do a study to find out how much. We need to have a commission, and this commission need to last a year. We need to bring in all these experts. I want you to see, Black Americans, how the Democrat Party constantly treats you versus how they treat them. Clearly, as I told you, and I've told you many times before, the Democrat Party has open border policies to displace you and to make you politically irrelevant. That's what the Democrats use immigration for, okay? And I have not really been on the Democrats for a while. If y'all noticed this, right after the election, I kind of left them alone. But now I'm seeing the Democrats have not changed their wicked ways. The Democrats is still extremely hostile to Black Americans. They know that we do not approve of them giving all this cash to illegal immigrants who isn't in this country legally and don't have no rights. But this is tax dollars that they're giving them to them. But when it comes to us as reparations, where you good white folks at that always got your mouth running on reparations? I'm not going to pay. I'm not going to this, but you're going to pay them illegal immigrants in Culver City. You're going to pay them. All your tax dollars are going to go to them. You understand? And they're going to take that money and they're going to be sending that money to wherever country they come from. That's what they're going to do. At least with FBAs, when we get money, we spend it right here in the United States. We don't have no other countries to be sending money to. We don't do things like that. Now, maybe we have a family member or two that lives abroad, maybe, some military service member in our family. Okay, cool. But we don't do that. See, Democrats, I'm going to tell you this. This morning, when I saw this video last night, I was like, oh no. So Democrats, I'm telling you, I didn't went to the farmer's market. I didn't bought my seasoning. Okay. I got my seasoning. It looked like I'm going to have to get back in the kitchen and start cooking again. Start cooking you again. I was cooking y'all every night during that election. And some of y'all was crying. Oh, Phil, why you always talking about the Democrats? This is why. This is why. So Democrats, I got my seasoning, but it's different this time. Now, Democrats, I'm going to warn you. Not only I got my seasoning to cook, you're going to get cooked by a human, which is me. I'm a human. And you're going to get cooked by LaSherica, which we know she's artificial intelligence. So you're going to get cooked both ways, okay? I'm going to cook you at 7, and she going to cook you at 8. So that's going to be bad. 2 hours of just hell for the Democrats, that's for sure. And the Democrats don't even like how LaSherica cooks already. And you don't like what I do. See, listen, I'm here to defend black people, and I'm going to use humans, artificial intelligence, and anything else to defend black people, okay? I'm letting you know that. Anything that I can do to defend my people, get the message out or whatever, I'm going to do it, because this is a slap in the face to all Americans, to be honest with you, but for sure, black Americans who just had a California Reparations Commission and the black representation helped block the office to be created who determined to get reparations. They played games with black Americans for a freaking year with a commission. The commission did what they were supposed to do. Say, hey, this is who needs to get the money. This is how it needs to be done. And you blocked it at the end. But when it comes to Culver City, no commission, no study, $50,000. Now, the one gentleman said, well, where is money going to come from? He said, it may not seem like a lot, but where's it going to come from? And what that gentleman was saying is, it's basically the slow bleed. When most people go broke, it's not because you went and bought a big ticket item and that's what makes you broke. No, it's usually spending here, spending there, spending here, spending there. Then eventually you got so much coming out that you don't see it. And then now you're broke. But as you saw, that measure passed. It passed. So taxpayer dollars are going to go to illegal immigrants, not Americans, not our homeless in that city, not veterans, nobody, no Americans. See, Democrats, how do you think you're going to win elections? You're the reason Trump has got elected. I'm be honest with you. These moves like this is what got Trump elected. Now you want to complain on Trump and say, oh, Trump this, Trump. You're the reason he's in office. Most people would say, if you wasn't doing this crap that you did just now, maybe Kamala would be elected. If you would have did the same measure for black Americans, maybe Kamala would have been in office. Which is so hostile toward black Americans. Democrat Party has a disdain for black Americans. You understand? We are Americans. And they rather treat people who are not even from this country, who came here breaking laws to get here, whether they came here with a visa and overstayed, whether they gamed the system with asylum, or whatever the case may be. The Democrats have sat here and made that part of their mission. That's why Democrats, I can't vote for you. Not in good conscience. I can't. I can't vote for a party that's actively trying to harm us. Say what you want to say about Trump, but Trump is not out here actively trying to harm FBA. He's doing some crazy things. And yes, we may suffer in some collective mindset, but really, actually, folks suffering a little bit more than Trump than we are. But the Democrats do things that they know what black people are demanding, and they go do this anyway. And I want you to see your black representation, black people. I told you, if you really want to make a change in America, you got to start with that black politician and that black preacher. That's the two that has been the biggest stumbling block to black people. You can't really even deal with racist white supremacists, beyond with you. You got to deal with that, because if you go at them, you're going to have that black politician, that black preacher constantly sabotaging any grassroots or whatever. That's what they do. I told y'all that a long time ago. Y'all got to get it in your head. The black politician, the black preacher, that's your problem. And that's why we don't progress as a people. The black politician, the black preacher, the majority of them are tied to the boule, and you know the boule is nothing but some bootlicks and shines. Yes, they are. Yes, they are, because they want to see that master's table. Now, I'm gonna give the small percentage who are not, okay? Because I don't want you to come to me. Well, I'm in the divine nine, and I'm not talking about you, bruh. Sis, I'm not talking about you. You know the ones I'm talking about because you don't even like them, okay? Some of you have came and told me that, like, yeah, I am in the divine nine, but I don't like them. They be really bootlicking. Okay, that's the ones I'm talking about. If you in a divine nine and you ride for black people, you calling people out, you know what I'm saying? I'm not talking about you. So don't email me. Don't be, oh, I'm so disappointed in what you said. Listen, you know how I feel about them organizations on a good day, okay? But that's you. Do what you want to do. I'm like this. I got more dedication to my God and my people, not some man-made organization. Don't get me started with that, okay? So the video is not about the boule. But what I'm telling you is that's been our problem. If that black woman was on code with black people, she'd have been siding with the white gentleman was saying, hey, man, where's this money coming from? And if she was on code, she was like, well, are black people getting this too? Is it because black people need help in this city too? You know, I mean, black people trying to get reparations. Like, what is this? This is like a little form of reparation. A grant, they ain't got to pay. It's not even a loan, a grant. You ain't got to pay it back. I'm telling y'all, man. I'm telling you. And I'm going to repeat myself again. So you Democrat shills, understand. I already bought my seasonings. I already bought them. This situation, man, it just annoys me what these Democrats do. It annoys the hell out of me. And they get away with it. They take tax dollars and get, like, how no country on earth does this. None. Nobody takes from their citizens and give it to foreigners who are illegal in their country, and the citizens sit back like, well, you know, I guess. In other countries, that would have been protest. It would have been hell raising at that city hall. They're like, how dare you give out our money? No, we got issues right here in the city for the people here. What are you talking about, man? That's what I do respect about other countries. They will come out and say something. You're not going to go in their country and get resources like that, and they suffering? No. It'll be a problem. American citizens in that city need to be at City Hall going the hell in about that. Like, who gave you permission to give out our money? How come? Listen, in a true democracy, that should have been put to a vote. And I guarantee you all that would have been voted down. Ain't no way the people that voted for that. And you only giving money to them, so you know the grant not open to everybody? Because every time we want something to black people, it has to be for everybody. I can't just specifically do something for black people. I got to do it for everybody. But when they want to do something for illegal immigrants, they can just do it for them. It's not for everybody, right? So when the FBA says something tangible for us, it has to be for everybody. Them, oh, no, specific for them. And y'all telling me that I'm wrong about the Democrat Party? I'm wrong? Well, if I'm wrong, I don't want to be right then. I'll be wrong. I'll be wrong all day long. I'll take that wrong. Because that's wrong. That is wrong. You're starving, right? And they say, well, even though it's your food, nope, forget you. I'm giving the food to them. And they've been giving the food to them. But you have to understand, once you break down the numbers, California is literally an illegal immigrant state, and their economy is based off illegal immigration. Once again, LA County has 980,000 illegal immigrants just in LA County by itself. That's why Trump and them is focusing on LA so much. Because if they can get LA and LA County, there will be a big win for them. There'll be a huge win for them, actually. That's why they're there. Also, Trump's trying to disrupt their economy too, because if he as long as he can shut them down working and disrupt that economy, oh yeah. Yeah, I know why he's doing it. But we as Black Americans looking at this, Like I said, I didn't really find out that woman's name. So we got to find out her name and send her. It's like, hey, you gonna go put up a vote for some reparations for Black Americans in that city? The descendants of slaves, you gonna do that? Because I want to know. Because clearly we got money to give to illegal immigrants. Well, surely we got some reparations money, right? Where's $50,000 grants for Black Americans in that city? That's ridiculous, man. Ridiculous. But don't tell me nothing about no Democrats, man. Oh, the Democrats, this and that and the third. Man, the Democrats are all about economic sabotage and harming Black Americans. Period.
That's it, Uncle Phil.
I know those people that come here like, well, it's not just harming y'all, it's harming us too. Like, I get it. But I relate more to my community. I can't really relate more to yours other than you an American too. But definitely the harm has been done to FBA.
Yeah.
God, that video just man. But that's okay, Democrats. That's okay. Cause y'all just sparking that new fire back in me again and come at the Democrats. You know me, I love it. I will stay on you like literally white on rice.
Do it, Uncle Phil. Stay on them damn Democrats. She's not what I wanted to play. What's that sharing the screen? Yeah, that's some bullshit. They giving them damn illegal immigrants $50,000 in Culver City, LA. Culver City, California to be exact. Yeah, that's some bullshit right there. Right, Max 285. That's some straight bullshit. Straight out of Colorado. All right, y'all. So I feel Uncle Phil's frustration like that is some bullshit. These motherfuckers, they wouldn't be doing that for reparations for foundational Black Americans. But Uncle Phil's right. Yeah, we should press them about that. Culver City, your whole city council needs to be exposed for this madness. The mayor of Culver City needs to be exposed for this madness. Their whole local government needs to be exposed because that's some bullshit. And I heard LA is giving money to the illegals too. Karen Bass is gonna give them some money as well. Yeah, they always pulling these stunts. Some bullshit, Max 285. So moving along, now we're being told, first they had Black fatigue and they wanted to make the N-word great again, and we were supposed to watch them work, and now they're begging for our help. So now they're telling us Black Americans are being told to get out of our feelings and help the immigrants protest. Hell to the no. They can hold their own chalupa, their own burrito, their own taco, their own enchilada, their own whatever the fuck. We're not doing it no more. We can't cater for you other groups. Y'all gonna have to hold your own nuts, for real. This is ridiculous. Now these illegals want our help again. After they was talking all this shit about us, talking about y'all not gonna get reparations unless we get it first and all of this shit. And we're not having it. Let me share my screen. Change this stuff around. Okay. So we're being told that we need to get out our feelings and help the immigrants protest. Hell no. They out there rabbit ass months. So Sister Demetria K is gonna give us an update on this.
A sister said we should get out of our feelings. Check it out.
I know some Black people feel like, well, the Hispanics didn't stick up for us when we needed them to be there for us. They didn't march with us. And I know some people feel like that. And I get it. Trust me, I do. But at the same time, what do you teach your children? Two wrongs do not make a right. So why don't you just be the bigger person, get out of your feelings, and stand up for what's right? That's what we do as Black people. We fight for justice. We know how to do it very well. So this is why I feel like the government, aka DT, ICE, whatever you want to call them, I feel like they're trying to tear us apart from each other because they know that we are stronger together. If we band together, we can overcome this just like we overcome everything else that Black people have faced.
Keep supporting these
So,
niggas, ICE.
I don't
You know,
know.
what the hell?
I don't know. I feel like people in their feelings now. Get out your feelings. Do what's right.
So as you saw there, she low-key admonished us for being in our feelings. Of course, she said, I know you guys feel away because the Latinos didn't help us, this, that, and the other, but we should get out of our feelings because she feels like Donald Trump and ICE, they want to tear us apart. And I want to stop right there. Yeah, that may be true to some degree, but it wasn't just Donald Trump, ICE, white supremacy that's trying to tear us apart. And I guess you're talking about blacks and Latinos. It was the Latinos. It was everybody else that's trying to tear us apart. They have said forever, we are not trying to be aligned with the black people. Let them solve their own problems. Their problems are not ours. They've made that crystal clear. And now that Donald Trump and ICE have said, hey, we getting certain people up out of here. Now all of a sudden we got to band together. Y'all wasn't trying to band together with us before. Now all of a sudden we're your best friend, huh? No, we're not. You just want to use us like everybody else do. In the minute we get out there and help y'all, y'all gonna drop us off at the nearest, orphanage or whatever it is, right? As she said, what are we gonna teach our children? To mind their business. That's what we're going to teach them. Yes, we are. We're going to teach them to mind their business and to do for self and worry about their own communities. That's what we teach them, because that's what everybody else teaches their children. Everybody else say, hey, don't be with the blacks. Don't bring black people home. All black people this, that, and the other. But yet, what we're supposed to teach our children? Now, maybe we don't teach them derogatory things about other people, but we teach them the truth about ourselves. And the truth is, we should be concerned about the betterment of Black Americans. That's what I teach my daughter. That's what I teach the people who are near and dear to me. I don't teach them to be self-hating to where they go run off and help somebody else put out the fire in their building while our building is burning up. I would never teach that. See, the problem is everybody is expecting us to do that because we have been doing that. So we are unlearning some things right now. And it's not that we hate anybody else. It's not that. It's that we are starting to love ourselves more now. We are waking up and saying, okay, what did it get us to vote for everybody else to get things that they want and need, and we've got nothing? It didn't get us anywhere. So we're waking up to that. So please, and I believe this sister's Black American, but anybody else, she should tell y'all, don't get in your feelings about us. Out of all the other people in the United States, y'all focus on us and what we're doing and how we're feeling and what we're saying. Why? We don't matter any other time, but now we matter so much. Again, if we matter so much, help us get what we want. Nobody's having that conversation. Everybody's saying, oh, you put your differences to the side and get out there and help it. No, we'll put our differences to the side when they come and help us. Exactly. We're not helping nobody else first. We'll help after if we want to. So anyway, y'all let me know what you think of that. And for more insightful commentary, please subscribe to this channel and my channel, The Demetria.
That's right, Sister Demetria K. I agree wholeheartedly with everything Sister Demetria K said. Let these mouths help their own goddamn nuts. This is ridiculous. Like, they sitting up here giving these mouths $50,000, giving them gift cards and bank cards and all this shit, and we sitting up here barely can keep our heads above water, and we still ain't got our damn reparations. So the hell with these mugs. They can hold their own chalupa, their own nuts, their own goddamn taco burrito, enchilada, whatever. We're not doing it. We cannot do it no more, Black family. We can't be helping these other groups. These other groups have made it perfectly clear that they're not gonna do nothing to help us. So they're on their own. We can't do it. All right. So moving along to the court gesture, and that is Charleston White. Oh. Go ahead, Lady Che. What's your thoughts on this? It's super hard to hear you, baby. I might have to pass you the mic, baby. I might have to pass you the mic. It's hard to hear you because you got the fans and stuff going. Okay, go ahead. Can y'all hear her? Can y'all hear Lady Che? Let me know in the chat if you can hear Lady Che. Yeah, they're leeches of our country. All right, go ahead, Lady J.
What I'm saying is that we can't show this from a foundation tree. If we're going to do work for us first, we gotta let them know that first. Like, because what they see is they incorporate us with black immigrants too. And
Okay.
that's what's getting us messed up. They're still collecting benefits. Not that they can't have the benefits, it's just that we gotta get them out to our people first. And then they can have whatever benefits there. It sounds messed up. And it's like, our children, especially when it comes to our children, have been neglected a lot in the last couple of years. And so we need to be able to make sure that, like I was listening, I was having a little dream about children,
Yeah.
black children, and how they already are separated in schools. They're already being separated. Like, you can't see them two playing together, so you gotta separate them. But you're going to play with a little white kid and with a little brown kid. You know what I'm saying? And that right there is messed up. So the program is already there. So we have to use some of this money to not into this complacency. Okay? That's all I want to say.
All right, I agree with Lady J. All right, thank you for sharing, Lady J. So moving along to the court jester, Charleston Kunas White. He has retracted his statements about what he said about Karmelo Anthony. And after give us an update on that. Shout out to Afro Elite. So for those that don't know, it's the young man in Frisco, Texas that defended himself against two suspected white supremacist teenagers who tried to assault him at a track meet, at a community track meet. And he defended himself. He used a Swiss Army knife to defend himself against these savages and killed one of them. And now they have indicted the brother. They have the young man. They have indicted him, and his bond was $250,000. We were able to raise enough money to get him out of jail, and now his family is asking for more money so they can get a good, proper legal defense.
You guys doing that? We'll be right back. Copyright disclaimer. Under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976, allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use. Now, Karmelo, good young brother, was in a terrible situation. Nothing he did besides mind his business.
Minding his own FBI.
Everybody says, hey, just mind your business and you won't have no problem. Just mind your business. Just keep to yourself. Mind your business. Mind your business. Well, that's what Karmelo was doing. And then you had Austin Metcalf and his twin brother, Hunter Metcalf. They came up messing with Karmelo. They were told not to by Karmelo. Karmelo said, hey, man, leave me alone. I'm not trying to, be messed with. Just leave me alone. Don't put your hands on me. They didn't listen. And unfortunately, the situation wound up becoming a physical situation, and where Karmelo had to do the most logical thing anybody would do in his situation and defend himself. Okay, and that's what he did, which is an unfortunate situation that anybody was in that situation. Austin Metcalf lost his life. Nobody wants anybody to lose their life. Nobody wants anybody to do that. This is a learning lesson to not mess with people, to not put your hands on people, to not assault and attack people. That's what we should all be getting from this. But no. They found a way to put the blame for whatever. Well, we know why. Because Karmelo is the young black man, and Austin is the young white man. So just by default, Karmelo is the bad guy because he's black. I mean, can't you tell? Doesn't he look like a thug, even though he had several different scholarships and he was, had after school programs and he was an athlete and he was a straight A student and he saved the boy's life from drowning and he had a summertime job and everybody loved him. But can't you tell? I mean, he's black. I mean, what else? And Austin is good because he's white, and white is good. That's what that means. That's what that means. So you had a whole bunch of people out here. You had a whole bunch of people out here just outright slandering Karmelo because they were, siding with that. One of the people who were doing that was Charleston White.
Whoa.
Charleston White was out here talking about not just slandering Karmelo. He found a way to tie that and piggyback that into black culture, because it wasn't just Karmelo. All of black people were really wrong with that situation. It was all black people. So this is what he was like in the beginning. Okay, they played the copyright thing, so this is what he was on. Hold on, this is what he was on.
Weapon to school.
Yeah.
So you can't say I was.
What if he says self-defense?
There's no self-defense, because if you are afraid the day before, well, you have to take a weapon to school, why not notify your parents? Parents, you notify the school teacher. School teacher that's bringing these kids in here and resolve this issue. Is called conflict resolution. We was taught in homes that has morals and values, you tell the teacher. Somebody fucking with you, you tell the teacher. Let the teacher know, so when y'all have an altercation, you're cleared and you're covered. Documentation beats conversation. So words of documentation to say this is self-defense. It's a premeditated crime because you took a weapon in fear, anticipating to use it.
That was premeditated, though.
And it said a track meet. You getting ready to run track with other kids and you got...
Okay. Premeditated, I feel like a lot of people they deliberately are mistelling what premeditated means. Premeditated murder. Premeditated. That means you planned on doing it. It's
gonna be real hot tomorrow.
Okay, that's the short and simple answer for that. That means you planned it out. That means the day before, whenever you said, okay, this is where I'm going to be, this is where he's going to be, I'm going to kill him. Before there was any altercation, before he even got there, you planned it out. You already knew what weapon you were going to use. You already knew how you were going to get away. You planned it out. Okay? There was thought put into it. By the fact that the twin brother said that it was them who approached Karmelo, that completely deletes any option or any way to make this premeditated. You can't make somebody mess with you. You can't do that. You can't do that. So the only way this could possibly be premeditated is if Karmelo has some X-Man powers and is able to see into the future and plot every single thing. That's the only way. And even still, you still have to put the blame on the Metcalf twins, because they are young adults just as old as he is, and they're the ones who decided to mess with him. Karmelo, and everybody says this, but people keep skipping over this very, very important fact. Karmelo was minding his business. Karmelo was not bothering anybody. He wasn't in the wrong seat. He wasn't in the wrong tent. If he was, it still wasn't Austin's business to remove him. He still didn't have no place to remove him. It wasn't his authority. It wasn't his tent. He's not no coach. He's not no security. Exactly. Okay. So he doesn't have the right to remove him. but he wasn't bothering anybody. They deliberately saw the black kid and they decided to mess with him. So by that being the fact, and his twin brother confirmed that on multiple occasions, his twin brother confirmed that on the news and to the police in the police report. By that means this is impossible for it to be premeditated. It's impossible. But that's not what he's going to say.
Got a knife on you. No, man, you got to go to jail. You got to go. There's no so when is it all right to kill the bully? I don't give a fuck what the bully did. He don't have a right to die.
No.
Man, you weak man. That's why I say teach the kids how to deal with bullies.
And see, this is the I don't like the fact that he's even framing it like this. Because from what we know based off of the police report and everything like that, Karmelo didn't mean to kill nobody. He was being grabbed and he was being thrown around and he stabbed him one time. He wasn't just jabbing and jabbing and jabbing and jabbing and jabbing. Stabbed him one single time and ran off. If you mean to do that, you would stab at multiple times just to make sure you do it. Then when the police picked him up, he asked about Austin's well-being. He was like, is he okay? I don't know. Because he didn't know. He ran off as soon as he could. As soon as Austin let his hands go, he ran off. So it's an unfortunate situation. It honestly is. Anytime, teenagers, high schoolers are interacting and somebody loses their life, it's unfortunate. We're not savage people or inhumane people, but we are logical people, okay? And we know for a fact Karmelo had no intention on doing nobody harm. We know for a fact he didn't have any intention on I'm gonna get my revenge. When you said, well, is it okay to kill the bully? You're missing the big plot and missing the big point that this was really an accident on Karmelo's behalf, which was self-defense. He defended himself in the only way he knew how. In that self-defense is what caused Austin's life. It wasn't, I'm Austin today. He don't know I got a knife on. It wasn't like that. All right. You're framing it as if this was type of he was hiding around a corner or behind the bleachers or something like that, and he jumped out and get him. That's not what happened.
And this won't happen. We're all not equal. Even in nature, you can be feeding a flock of birds. There's gonna always be one bird to come in and take the food from this is nature. Yeah. You cannot get rid of bullies. Teach the kids how to deal with them. Bullies build character.
Why don't we not teach the kids not to bully?
Right.
Notice the energy he's putting this energy on Karmelo. Teach the kids not to bully. Why do you not teach the bullies not to do that?
Right.
So it's his fault for not knowing how to deal with somebody messing with him and beating him? That's his fault.
I will.
You go to work, it's going to be a bully supervisor, a bully co-worker. You cannot get rid of the bully. Teach our children conflict resolution. Everything don't have to end in violence. But when you come from the black culture, everything is disputed in violence.
Yeah, that is the.
You cannot bring.
Now look at the shot. When you come from the black culture, everything's disputed in violence. You talking about the people. You're talking about us as if we're the people who take assault rifles to a school and commit mass shootings. They're the people who take assault rifles to schools, to grocery stores, to churches, and all of that stuff with a mass execution, mass murder. Okay, that's what they be on, and we are the ones with the stereotype. Man, y'all always resorting to violence. What are y'all doing? Okay. So that's the type of energy he was on. Now, what wound up happening is that there is video footage. I don't have it. Haven't seen it. There's like surveillance footage. It's not camera footage from what I have heard. It's surveillance footage that looks at the situation. And a lot of people are changing their story. Now, he's been indicted by a grand jury, but that doesn't make him guilty. He still has to stay in court. But a lot of people are saying that, hey, the video evidence matches what the testimony is saying on both sides. So all of the evidence that's coming out, and this is something that we've already said, all of the evidence that is coming out is showing that Karmelo is probably a lot more innocent than they tried to make it, because they tried to make it seem like he was some thug. They was putting up a picture with him and a BB gun and talking about, oh my God, he's a thug. Look at this thug and what they be doing. But all of the evidence is starting to prove Karmelo to be innocent. Okay. And now what you got is you got people who are trying to, I guess, dodge the slander, because what that is slander. And that's not the first time he's made a video. I just showed you one. But the slander, now he's trying to dodge a lawsuit from what I can ascertain. So now he's out here backtracking on what he had to say.
Yeah, because this family.
So this is quote unquote apology.
Show his punk ass.
So let me just say, since I said that, I want to take the time to apologize to Karmelo.
Slander and libel.
Man, I was all the way wrong about that kid. I was all the way wrong about that kid, homie.
Oh, now you just indicted. Got a bitch.
Now
you was wrong, Charleston White. All of a sudden,
I met with his father.
Yeah,
I've been meeting with his father regularly, and I had opportunity to talk, piece him up.
Before he goes, let me just stress the importance. And this is why when some people will ask me what my opinion is, and I will, as a grown man, now he's older than me, but I'm a grown man, I will tell you I need to know more before I form an opinion, at least say the opinion publicly. You shouldn't be going, as a grown person, grown man or woman, you shouldn't be going out here off rip, giving an opinion, not knowing all the facts, not knowing both sides of the story, not knowing the details, and then now you wind up having to give an apology. Now you wind up having to backtrack when the facts start to come out, and when you start to find out that you were wrong, and you got a video all on the internet that's got thousands, hundreds of thousands of views of you saying one thing that's wrong. Now you got to come out with being like, hey man, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Well, if you would have just sat back and listened and just did a little bit of due diligence, just dug a little bit into the research, you would have found out that what you said in the beginning was wrong. But people jump on the internet because they want to be the first one to give a hot take. They want to be the first one to say something about it, not knowing anything, because they want the clicks and the views, and that takes them away from the integrity of the due diligence it takes to learn what really happened. Because he got out there, he's on the couch. Oh, he's wrong. You can't bring a knife to school. That's this, that's that, that's this. Now you looking goofy, making an apology. I can respect the fact that at the very least, because Charleston, I will give him this. Okay, he's the only one who I've seen as of today who slandered Karmelo, who's actually made a public apology. Everybody else who was against Karmelo from the beginning, they're still on that type of time. So I will give him that. Okay, I give credit where credit is due, but you shouldn't have put yourself in this situation. All right, this is what happens when you jump out or you listen to one side of the story and you don't care to hear what's on the other side. All right, this is what happens.
He go beat these charges. I was under the impression that he brought a knife to school. So I'm taking a knife to school. Fuck him. He didn't take a knife to school. He didn't even know these two white boys. These two white boys just came over there with him because he was with another kid that knew those white boys. So he a new black kid who these big old white boys, big white boys. He a small frame kid. One of the white boys was on that side. One of the white boys on that side. So either way go, they had him blocked in. And these some big white boys. These are some big, violent, aggressive white boys who got guns. And not only that, the one he killed whooped their daddy. See, the daddy coming into the picture playing like he been around. The dad ain't been around. We would think the black dad ain't around. The white dad ain't around. The mother don't even identify the daddy as the husband. So he must have been an abusive father. He ain't even been in their life. So he just come and get in the light. He just come and get in the light. So he a low down dirty cracker. His sons are bullies. They bullying on the kid. They no, because he black. Get from up under the tent. Man, y'all tripping. I ain't going nowhere. And they got a reputation of beating up people. The one he had to stab, He broke his daddy's ligaments. Big old strong cracker. He should have killed both of them. He should have killed both them Peckerwoods with a that's minding his motherfucking business, that don't bring harm to nobody. This kid ain't a bad kid.
Now, do you see? I mean, I'm talking about it's literally a 180. It is, he literally did a 180, because in the previous video, he said, it don't matter if they're bullies, you still can't kill them. You still got to practice conflict resolution. Remember, he said that, oh, you got to practice conflict resolution. You still can't resort to violence. And that's what black people do, because in black culture, we always resort to violence. Oh, this is a complete 180 now. Oh, this is like a different version, like a
Smear campaign, but that's what the cracker do.
Been saying that.
Boy, I wish I could go back to when I was saying the type of shit. Boy, I wish they could have caught me 2 years ago when I was really on my let's go get the cracker shit.
I'm telling you, this gives me he's trying to dodge a lawsuit heavy. That's the topic. I'm not gonna lie to you. To me, it's coming off as you trying your damnedest to dodge a damn defamation lawsuit. You trying to dodge something, you trying to save your rep. That's what it's coming off to me. Because we said this from jump. We said from jump the family wasn't using the money. And what they're talking about, Sarah Fields, suspected white supremacist. What she was doing is she was taking pictures of the family's cars and stuff like that in their house. And she was all like, oh, look at the GoFundMe money. They're using the GoFundMe money to buy a mansion. They're using the GoFundMe money to buy this brand new Cadillac and this brand new car and all this, a couple other cars. They were using the GoFundMe. We said from jump, no, the family not using that money. We said that from jump several months ago. He's coming out here now officially saying, oh yeah, they weren't using the money. Everybody been knowing that. You were like, what, 2-3 months behind at this point. It's coming off to me, honestly, like you trying to dodge something. You trying to dodge a bullet. You realize you put your foot into something, and now you know that, hey, you can't back out of that, so now you trying to apologize. That's what it's coming off as to me.
But homie, I wish I ain't got that spirit no more. So I'm saying, why black people ain't rallying around this family as they tried to rally around in the beginning? They are threatening this family. Homie, they keep having to move.
But how do you don't just lose the spirit, bro? It's either you got it or you don't.
No, you do lose it. You do lose it.
So you sold out.
No. You lose it. Everybody loses. Malcolm lost it.
Like what you told me a year ago, you said that losing touch with reality.
You lose the spirit, homie. You lose once you lose the spirit of the things you once loved. Football players, artists. Dave Chappelle lost the spirit, went to action. You lose.
You don't lose the spirit, not of revolution.
Right.
Malcolm didn't lose anything. He died on that.
Right.
You don't lose the spirit. That's no. If you quote unquote lose it, you never really had it. That's just what it is. You don't lose that. Maybe you lose interest in playing sports when you get old. You don't lose that spirit. That's coward talk.
Yep.
And he's coming off like a grifter. Now he's a revolution. Oh, we got to get the cracker. Now, before you was talking about we got to stop blaming everything on race and black culture is this, black culture is this. Now, these no good crackers now. Okay, no. And I can't get that. Now, he's saying something else, though. He also has some other things he had to say.
What else did this clown have to say?
Because he's made multiple videos. He did that. He's made multiple videos about this.
George Floyd, the autopsy said he has fentanyl in the system. So another lie that they said, this is a George Floyd. The autopsy said he has fentanyl in the system.
Okay, let me say this. When we first heard about the situation, a lot of people were getting online and a lot of people were saying these people had beef. Karmelo and Austin and his brother had beef. They met at some type of party. They said that there was some girlfriend involved, Karmelo's girlfriend or a girl that Austin liked in the beginning or whatever the case is. And nobody was able to substantiate any of that stuff. I'm telling you right now, lying is not going to help. It's actually going to make the situation much, much worse. Much, much worse. Okay? You don't need to do that. If you're sitting up there talking about, oh yeah, there was fentanyl in his system. Dude, what are you doing? You've seen the autopsy where there was fentanyl in Austin Metcalf's system? Because if you didn't and you're lying, that's also slander and that's not helping anything. See, this is what I don't like. Now you're doing some extra stuff. You're doing extra stuff. And that's going to make it look bad. It's going to make it look like, well, black people are just lying because he's black and they're trying to be on code with the blacks. So they're just going to lie. Where's the autopsy? And he's saying something else about that. He has another video saying that there was some pool party and the girls wanted Karmelo and the brothers got jealous. And dude, now you doing the most. And this is what I don't like. Now it seems like you using this because now your name is trending. So you just out here saying whatever at this point. I'm not saying that Austin didn't have no drugs or steroids or fentanyl or whatever in his system. I'm saying unless you can show that, this is a case of life and death at this point. Unless you can show that and prove that, unless you have evidence to substantiate what you said, don't say it. Because you're making the situation much worse.
So another lie that they said, he brought the knife to school. He didn't have a knife. He had a Boy Scouts aid tool. Well, what's on that tool? They have 12 different components. You lift this one up, it may be a bottle opener. You lift this one up, it may be a screwdriver. And they're about this small. They're smaller than 3 inches. It was so small, you don't even see it when they take the picture next to the body because it laid next to the body right by the backpack. Sarah fails. Oh, they didn't know a nigga can do due diligence works like this. Oh, they didn't know what nigga can do with due diligence. I went to Texas Western. They taught me how to research. They taught me how to go into the library database and pull up other articles and things like that and go get the court pay. I know how to do what you do, Sarah. I just play an ignorant nigga online because it pays much more than what you make. I get 10,000 interviews, so I pay a crazy nigga online.
See, oh, now I think that was very interesting.
I think that was the truth. I think he does.
That was very interesting. Yeah, I just play an ignorant nigga online because it pays more. So he admits he's a grifter. That's admitting that it's a grift. So all of that, man, blacks can't do anything, you know, because white people like to hear that. White people like to hear a black person say, well, black culture is bad. So you'll get out here and you'll slander other black people and slander black culture because it pays well. That's what you just admitted. And you'll flip-flop and you'll grift and you'll go this way. You're on the fence. Whichever is paying the most, whichever is filling your pockets, that's what you're going to do. Okay? That's dishonorable. Yeah. And he literally just admitted it, and it's like he's bragging about it. Oh, yeah, I just play an ignorant nigga online. You're a grown-ass man. Talking about, yeah, you play something. No, what you're doing is very detrimental because you have white supremacists who use that and say, like, oh, no, you see, it's a black who said it, so it's not racist if a black said it. Charleston, right, he's one of you all, so, you know, it counts. So, no.
Then I come offline and be a great dad. See, my daughter just walked by right there. So my daughter just graduated high school last year. She's waiting to go to college. So while she's waiting to go to college, I put her in Paul Mitchell Beauty School. She just graduated that the other day. That's why she waits to go to college. But listen to me, right? So he didn't have a knife. There was a Boy Scout tool that most white people give their elementary kids. You lift it this way, you lift it this way. About 12 items on there. A knife just so happens to be on there. I think even a fingernail file is on there. The knife was so small, it did not penetrate his heart. It was too small. It was a little small knife. They're not telling us this. And they tricked me. And they had me going against a good kid. They really had me going against a good kid. So I'm fucked up about this, my white Republican friends. I'm fucked up. This is what the Democrats did to the poor niggas with the rappers. And come on, y'all are doing to, come on, you're gonna do what the Democrats are doing to the blacks.
Okay. Now, it could be possible that he had like a multi tool kit or something with a knife, because people do have that. To say a knife is too, the blade of the knife was too small, it couldn't penetrate his heart. I'm gonna be honest, it don't take a long blade to get to the heart. You know what I'm saying? So with that, if you're saying his heart was not penetrated, you know what I'm saying? If that's wrong, you're messing up. Yeah. You don't have to lie. Right. Okay? It didn't penetrate it. Okay, first off, why are you saying that? And then second of all, if you're proven, if the autopsy proves that yes, it did, then what are you doing? Right. Okay? Now we got to do damage control because you're out here lying. Mm-hmm. You're saying, oh no, it was fentanyl. The knife didn't penetrate his heart. Now we got to come out here and do damage control because it's going to make everybody who's defending Karmelo look like liars. So yeah, I got to get on that. All that lying is detrimental.
Just give us the truth. We're smart enough conservative. And by the way, my voting record is all conservative. Mike Wallace, you name it. Mona Bailey, me and Mona Bailey. Shelley Pritchard, Jen Hall, I know all of them. Tarrant County GOP Republican Party, I know all of them. All of them. Sarah, I'm in the loop. I mean, I know about you too. Meth whore.
Okay, so then he starts going after Sarah Fields, and Sarah Fields is a suspected white supremacist who's been doxing the Anthony family. And he says something about Sarah Fields. He also says something about the Metcalf father.
Shout out to the viewers. Thank y'all for tapping into season 5.
So Sarah, let's tell the truth. Jeff, let's tell the truth. You even said in an interview, but you're talking too fucking much online, Jeff. You're talking too much online, Jeffrey Metcalf. And you're partnering with someone who wasn't there. And it's clearly she's a hateful hearted. And by the way, Sarah, we have your background as well. You said Dominique Alexander's a horrible person, and he is. And you once were too, Sarah. You used to smoke meth. You was a meth addict whore. So don't try to get cleaned up in a Republican Party and hide behind this conservative shield as if you once was a liberal whore, getting high, selling your cunt for meth. So come on, Sarah. Don't play like you're just so high and mighty. Jeff, you're a woman beater. You used to beat your wife. Your kids heard it. They saw it. You had anger issues, Jeff. Guess what? Your two big boys did too. They had very anger issues. And from what's been reported about Austin and his twin brother, they've been kicking ass since elementary. They've been bigger than most children. Not only that, they are trained experts in jujitsu. Why isn't the media reporting this?
Now, to be honest with you, I will say, and I said this from the very beginning, is something very odd about that the Metcalf family. I said that from the very beginning. Yeah. Okay. And this is before, because people are pulling up different clips of Austin Metcalf's father doing racist stuff, and people are pulling up receipts of him having some type of sexual assault charge and some violence against women charge or something like that. So people pulling up receipts on the dad. So they're making it seem like, now the dad came out at first, he was like, I don't forgive nobody. They murdered my son. Then next thing you know, oh, I forgive him because that's what Jesus would want me to do. So I'm sitting up there like, okay, and the mom's not on that page, the son's not on. I said, there's something very weird going on with that. I said that from the very beginning. So yeah, that probably is true. That part probably is true. With the whole thing about Sarah Fields doing meth, that probably is true too. I don't know it, but that probably is true, because that's what a lot of these conservatives do. They're very liberal white women, okay, and they'll party and they'll be with black people and they'll do a bunch of drugs and all of that stuff, and then next thing you know, they try to whitewash all of that stuff away by becoming ultra conservative. They'll try to make up for the past by becoming ultra conservative. Okay, somebody saying meth calf. Oh Lord, here y'all go. Here y'all go. Yeah, so that's what they be on. That's what they be on. Okay. But you had some suspected white supremacists who did not like that at all. Hold on. Let's pull this up. You had suspected white supremacists who didn't like that at all. Look at this.
Healed.
I don't know who this guy is, but he made a video in response and trying to defend Sarah Fields.
Sarah Fields gets her hands on all this stuff the same way literally any American in this country can get, but no one else does. She takes the time to do it. And so she gets the info first and she posts it. And so she is the leading investigative journalist when it comes to Karmelo Anthony. And all of these YouTube videos you see reporting on Karmelo Anthony, and this has happened, oh, this is what just happened, oh, this is new, oh my gosh, breaking news. I guarantee you most of it came from Sarah Fields. Salute to her. and salute to her again for shouting me out. She doesn't know who I am, but she did ask, does anyone know who this is? Because she appreciates my video. But we appreciate you and the work you're doing. And because she's doing such good work, Charleston White has specifically targeted her and has tried to paint this picture, but really he didn't lie. He said Sarah Fields has somebody in the government, in the local government in Texas, who's given her all this info on Karmelo Anthony. Yes, she does. But the way you phrase it makes it sound like she's doing something sneaky behind the scenes. She's got some illegal connections. Oh, it's a big conspiracy. Yes, someone in the government, local government, is giving her this info. You know why? Because anyone can do it. It's open to the public. It's public information. You just have to request it. Anyone can get it. I could get it. My cat could get it if it knew how to type on a keyboard. What are you talking about? You act like what she's doing is bad and wrong and like unethical. It's not. Everything.
Okay. First off, I got a question. Who gave the trailer park podcast equipment?
Right.
Who gave the trailer park? We gotta check on somebody, because this dude is making a damn video straight out the trailer park. Okay, who gave them a video? Who gave them a webcam? Who gave them a microphone? Who gave them that? Who gave them the trailer park podcast equipment? Okay, we need to hold them accountable.
Like to know the
we do.
Thing
Sarah Fields. The issue with Sarah Fields is Sarah Fields was not, quote unquote, releasing public information about the case involving Karmelo Anthony. Sarah Fields was releasing information about Karmelo Anthony's family and putting Karmelo Anthony's family in danger. This is why people are getting on Sarah Fields, because Karmelo was still locked up. This is when he didn't get bond yet. He wasn't released on bond. On bail, he wasn't released. He didn't make bond. He was behind bars. And what Sarah Fields was doing was she was finding the address of the mom and dad and putting that out to the internet. She was finding where the parents worked. She was finding their license plate to their vehicles. She was taking pictures of all of that stuff, doing that stuff, and doxing the family. Okay, it's not like, oh, well, Karmelo is a danger to the public, so we got to be aware. He was still behind bars at this time. Okay, he didn't make bail yet at this time, and she was releasing information to the family, which put the family in danger. And then when the family moved, she was the one who found out where the family moved to and posted that address, and then posted the address of the owners, all right, or the information of the owners to put them in danger. Mind you, Karmelo is still behind bars at this time. So she's not doing this, oh, this is public information. She's putting his family, his mother, his father, his brother, and his sister in danger as a suspected white supremacist. That's white supremacist behavior. So she's not doing no good for the public. So she should be called out as the white supremacist that she is, because that's white supremacist behavior.
That's exactly what it is.
Every piece of information she's gotten, she's gone about the right way. So now he is like putting her in the crosshairs and enacting violence upon her. And you know what? It's already starting to show its face. Take a look. This one comment under the same video we all just watched says, Karmelo did God's work.
He did.
You think God wanted Karmelo to murder Austin Metcalf? You are insane.
No, he's not showing the video. He's not showing the comment. He's just saying, oh, there's this one comment. I can't pull it up on the screen, but just take my word for it. I'm reading this comment.
Karmelo did God's work. Wish the same on that lying B word, feeding information as well. You wish death upon Sarah Fields because she has given you the raw facts from the data, from the reports, from the logs that are coming straight from the government.
And look, and this is something that anytime we call them out, they're sitting up there making it seem as if this is some death threat. When we call out the fact that they're doxing people and they're doing stuff they're not supposed to do, they'll make it seem like this is some death. Oh, so you're wishing death on her, and she's not doing anything wrong but being an upstanding citizen, and now people want to hang her and burn her like a witch. I can't believe it. Why do you guys do this? You black people, you niggers, why do you guys do this? No, this is not what's going on. Nobody's doing that. We're calling out the fact that she is putting a whole family in danger. There's a trial going on. Yeah. He has the right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty. He's not been proven guilty yet. And yet you're doxing his family again and again and again and again. Yeah. For no reason but to put them in danger. Because it's not like you're putting the safety of the community on alert. It's not like you're doing that. He's still in prison. Why are you putting his family, his mother's job and his father's job and the place their baby sister sleeps? Why are you putting that out on the internet? Why would you do that? Unless you're a white supremacist. Unless you're a white supremacist, that's the only reason you would do that. And you got other suspected trailer park trash white supremacists who are backing that up. Yeah, you do. But y'all, if there's not one, there's always going to be one person, one biscuit loving, massa loving, tap dancing shield of a person who's always going to come out and he's going to defend a white person until he dies. Yeah, always. Y'all know who this is. We've talked about him enough. I'm sure y'all already know who I'm going to bring up. Brace yourselves, y'all, but here we go.
Negro in front of you.
Now let's get to the bottom of it all.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, y'all knew it. Y'all already knew it. Y'all knew who it was. Y'all knew it. Y'all knew anytime somebody tries to hold a white person accountable, he got to come in. He's the damn white savior. Y'all already knew it was going to be him.
Now let's get to the bottom of it all. Let's get to the nitty gritty. First and foremost, it does not matter if the Metcalf brothers were bullies. Being a bully don't matter. Charleston White in the video says that he didn't even know them. So he don't have any personal experience with them being bullies. So in a premeditated state, there's no way that he can premeditate that somehow they're going to attack him because he don't even know these kids. Then
being a bully does matter in this situation. Yes, it does. It matters because what you're doing by showing that they're bullies is you're showing that these people are a danger. By showcasing and exposing the fact that the Metcalf twins are bullies is giving evidence that these people are a danger, because you guys are trying to make the argument that Karmelo shouldn't fear any danger. There was no threat to Karmelo at all. And then when we say, oh, these people are known bullies who are known for going around beating people up. Oh, well, what does that matter? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't. Yeah, that does matter. That does matter. If he has a record, if he is known for beating somebody up. Now, if he was black, you guys will pull up any record you could. Y'all will pull up record from when he was in damn kindergarten and he stole somebody's crayon, and y'all would say he's a thug. He was a thug from kindergarten, stealing people's crayons and their juice boxes. That's what you guys would say if he was black. But because he's white, now he's being a bully, but that doesn't matter. That has no importance to the situation. That's what you're saying now.
And you can say he heard around the block that they were bullies, but it does not matter if you're a bully, if you hear they're bullies, what their actions are and what your defense to their actions is the only thing that matters in a court of law. So you have a kid, even if it's a utility tool that you can flip around like this, somehow he got the knife out and stabbed somebody with the knife. He didn't pick the fingernail clippers. He didn't pick the fingernail file. He didn't pick the scissors. He didn't pick, I don't know, the flathead, the Phillip. He didn't pick none of that. He picked the knife that he then stabbed the kid in the chest. Then what did he say documented on the court document, on the police report, is that he said, touch me and see what happens. So therefore, he know he has this object in his bag. He said, touch me and see what happens. He removes the object, stabs the kid in the chest with enough force and enough depth that it killed him almost instantly. He didn't die at the hospital, y'all. He died in his brother's arms at the track meet. Now they may have pronounced him at another time. He was dead at the track meet. His brother saw him go dead. So to make these claims is foolish. to say that the girl Sarah Fields, which shout out to Sarah Fields, I looked at her social media and she's all over this story.
Yeah, of course, he's gonna give Sarah Fields her props,
promoting facts and pointing out how, Charleston White is a complete nut. But
and here's the thing: you can puncture somebody's skin. It doesn't take much. If you're using a metal object, if you're using a sharp metal object, you can puncture somebody's skin with a lot of. You don't necessarily have to use a knife. You can stab somebody with a screwdriver.
Yeah.
You can stab somebody with a nail filer.
Yep.
If it's metal, you can. You can stab somebody with a damn bottle opener if it's sharp enough. You can stab somebody with enough force if it's a strong enough object. If it's strong, if it's metal, if it's made of steel, you can stab somebody with anything.
Yeah.
It doesn't take that much to stab somebody in the chest and reach the heart. So you're saying that he deliberately pulled out the knife. You don't know if that's the truth.
Right.
It could have been just anything at all. But as long as it's, strong enough, it can puncture somebody's skin. That's all it needs.
you can't say that, oh, this person is revealing their address and they doing this and that. You have no evidence of that. And I hope that somebody sue you if you're out here lying about somebody and don't have no evidence.
You hope somebody sue you, man. You better be careful what you wish for. Because the way I've been counting up, you got the most lawsuits coming at your name.
Right.
Charleston's trying to back up. He's trying to save himself. You going full-fledged. You going 10 toes down. Talk about you hope somebody. You better not use the word sue. You better not use that word.
Right.
Let me just say this. It's very difficult in the state of Texas to indict a minor and try him as an adult unless you have unequivocal evidence that's pretty strong that will get you an indictment. And let me explain real quick. There has to be a substantial amount of information for them to present this to a grand jury dealing with a kid that was 17. They didn't just charge him with murder. They didn't charge him with manslaughter. They charged him with first-degree murder. That means that you have to show an element of premeditated murder. And from all accounts that we see, even the video that reporters are talking about, that people can go and watch, at least the people in the media can go and watch, there's no indication that there was an altercation before the stabbing occurred. It's not like
there is. The brother said there was.
Yep.
The brother admitted to the police that there was an altercation. And all of the witnesses admitted to the police that there was an altercation before the stabbing occurred. Everybody has said that.
He was getting jumped. You being in a place that you're not supposed to be in and people telling you to leave the place.
Why was he not supposed to be there? You being in a place you're not supposed to be in. Y'all keep saying that there was no proof or evidence he wasn't supposed to be there. Now, what I find very interesting is that they'll be all like, well, in order in Texas for a grand jury to indict you, they got to be substantial evidence in order for you to get indicted. Now, what's interesting, though, is that if this was, hold on, let me pull it up. I still got the picture. If this was any of these three, when they arrested Kyle Rittenhouse, y'all said, oh no, this is not right. This is woke. This is a woke rogue jury and a rogue prosecutor that's doing him so wrong. Y'all said that about George Zimmerman. Y'all said the same thing about Daniel Penny. Y'all said when they got arrested, oh, it's because the prosecution is woke. It's because society is too woke and this is anti-white. That's what you guys said. And there's some type of agenda against the white man. That's what you guys said. Now, when he's black, well, that's just because the evidence just points to the fact that he did the crime. And if you don't want to do the time, you shouldn't do the crime. And that's just what it is. And they wouldn't have indicted you if you didn't do it. So you just got to face accountability. Now, when they're white, now it's woke. It's wrong when they're indicted when they kill a black person. That's woke. And the jury is wrong. The prosecution is wrong if they indict them on that. He was saying that about not George Zimmerman, Derek Chauvin. Oh, that's the prosecution and the jury falling under woke propaganda. That's Black Lives Matter. But when a black person gets arrested, well, if you didn't do the crime, now you shouldn't have did it. That's the consequence. Why you killed that white boy? He's a good white boy. You had to kill him. You ain't got to do that. You did the crime. Go to jail. That's what he's on.
Don't give you the right to claim that you are afraid enough to stab somebody in the heart who did not use any serious serious force against you. There was
Okay, I want you guys to remember he said that. You don't have the right to assault nobody, stab nobody who did not do any serious bodily injury to you. Just remember he said that, okay? Just remember he said that, okay?
Make you believe that you could experience serious bodily injury or death. These Austin Metcalf kids, that kid wasn't that big. I've seen pictures of these kids. They ain't that big. Come on, bro. They ain't.
They didn't have to be. They were much bigger. First off, they were, in comparison to him, they were much, much bigger than him, and it was more than one. In a situation, you don't even have to be smaller. If there's 2 against 1, you're outnumbered. You're at a huge disadvantage, and these people are much bigger and stronger than him. They don't have to be the damn size of the Incredible Hulk, but they were much bigger than him. You're trying to downplay that. Yeah. No, that's a very important factor.
It ain't like they 6'6", 6'8", 6'5", 300 pounds. I think Austin Metcalf was like a linebacker. He was in an athletic position. He's not a lineman. And even if he was, you have to show that you have fear of serious bodily injury or death in order for you to use deadly force against somebody. And
okay, you have to show. Okay, so
backtracking on
what he's saying is that Austin Metcalf putting his hands on Karmelo, being aggressive for no reason, no justification whatsoever, being aggressive and putting his hands on him multiple times, that's not reason enough for him to defend himself. That's what's being said. That is what is being said. That's not reason enough. Okay, that's what he's saying. Let's continue.
Also has to be within self-defense. You cannot provoke a situation and then claim self-defense. So Charleston is completely nutty on this. And I forgot to say this. This is what I wanted to say at the very beginning. Let me tell you why Charleston went the way he went. And as a black man, I understand how black men end up like this. What happens is, as a black man, you grow up in a society where you begin to get brainwashed into believing that this is the reality. The white man is bad. Police officers are bad. Selling drugs is not a big deal. It's what we do. We can't make it in this country because the white man got his foot on our neck. And you believe that. And then you grow out of it. And when you grow out of it, that means you went to college. That means you moved out of the neighborhood. You start getting a new circle of friends. You start really, involving yourself culturally around other people. Then you realize, oh, shoot, I think I've been lied to. Like, white people ain't even worried about us like that. What have I been doing? And
white people ain't worried about us like that. Then why did Austin bother Karmelo? I think this is a perfect case to prove that a black person can be just minding his business, his or her, because it happens to women too. Black people, we just be minding our business. We just be doing what we got to do. We focused on ourselves. And then next thing you know, you got an Austin Metcalf or you got a Karen coming up bothering us. And you talk about, well, white people ain't even bothered. It seems like we the only thing y'all be thinking about. We can't go to a store in peace. We can't go to a pool in peace. We can't go to a track meet in peace. We can't go to a church in peace. We can't go anywhere in peace because it's always one of y'all who are hyper-focused on what we're doing. It's always y'all who think about us. We are the ones who live rent-free in y'all brains. We've been trying to be left alone and y'all keep coming over. Okay? So we ain't going to do that.
Then what happens is you go out and you get this newfound understanding and you start really challenging the status quo of how you grew up. And then what happens is you get back in touch with black people in places that you grew up. You start feeling compassion and empathy and it brings you back to your roots. And then you feel like that you've abandoned your people. And so therefore you have to go back and address the wrongs that you felt like you had done to your own people. And with that being said, people fall back into the trap of brainwashing and convincing themselves that the white man is now bad again. I don't understand how Charleston being, I think as inquisitive as he is at times, that he don't understand that he's just hearing a narrative from Karmelo Anthony's family. Of course, they're going to have a narrative because they want their son not to do the rest of his life in prison. But you got to juxtapose the narrative to what the police report is saying to reality. You can't just believe what Austin Metcalf's family was saying. You can't believe what Karmelo Anthony's family was saying. You can only rely on what the evidence that has been presented. And the evidence that we have looks like a first-degree murder. Now,
you believed everything the Metcalf family said? From jump, he believed everything the Metcalf family said from start to finish. He said everything they said was correct. Now, I want to play this next. What's interesting, and I want you guys to remember I told you guys, I said, remember, he said, now this is their whole thing. Notice how they changed the goalpost. Their whole thing is, well, Austin, even though Austin put his hands on Karmelo multiple times and was warned not to do so, that's not enough for Karmelo to defend himself. That's not enough justification. Karmelo had to fear that in a split second, his life was going to end. Because besides that, there is no justification for Karmelo doing anything in self-defense. It's not self-defense whatsoever. Okay. So even if you put your hands on somebody, it's not self-defense. What's interesting is that looking this up, this was his response with Daniel Penny. Okay. Same person. Now, I just want you to remember, he's the one who went out there and said, now they're trying to make it seem like this isn't self-defense because it wasn't they're saying that Karmelo shouldn't have feared any danger, but they're saying that Daniel Penny feared danger for himself and the rest of the train by a starving homeless man.
Penny, many people that know that are on this channel that we supported Daniel Penny from the very beginning. And it's not because Brandon Tatum, the bootlegging coon, sell out Uncle Tom, hate his own skin color. It's because I know
yeah, it is. It is. Don't lie. At least tell the truth. At least tell the truth that you do. Just don't lie about it. You do.
Right from wrong. I know good from evil. I'm a pragmatist. I can see that when a crazy deranged man, no matter what color he is threatening to take the lives of people, and he's saying he don't care about living and all this other stuff, and he's aggressive, and everybody's feeling the heat, and everybody's afraid of him, and only one man decided he's going to do something about it. I know there ain't nothing wrong with that.
Oh, hold on. An aggressive, crazy man who's getting aggressive. Oh, so that doesn't describe Austin at all. Some man who just randomly walks up to other people, putting his hands on people, and he has no business even talking to this man. He has no business telling this man what to do. He has no business bothering him. And he walks up telling him, get out my tent. And from what I heard, he didn't say it politely. He was like, get off my effing tent or whatever. And then start grabbing all on him and pushing him and all of that with his twin brother who was on the same type of time he was. Oh, that's not aggressive. That's not deranged. That's not somebody who has mental issues. Okay. That's not that. All right. But yet a homeless man, yeah, that's what that counts as.
So Daniel Penny decides to do what he did, held the guy down for 6 minutes. And this is the thing that I always have controversy with when people bring up the choke thing. There's only two types of chokes, in my opinion. And everything else is just a hold. Everything else is just restraint, resistance. It's not a choke to me. There's the carotid choke, and then there's the choke of the esophagus, which cuts off the air supply. When you choke somebody here, is what you see in MMA, mixed martial arts, UFC fights. They do them here. That cuts off the blood supply to the brain. And man, you can't go no more than, I don't know, 30 seconds. I don't even think you can go 30 seconds. You do it right. You see them tapping. They tap in within seconds of.
You can kill somebody doing that too. Whether you're doing a choke and you're cutting off the airflow or you're cutting off the blood supply, you can kill somebody doing that. Okay. And I'm pretty sure in the UFC and other combat sports, they've banned that because it can kill somebody. That is very deadly to do to somebody. And the police, they ban, you can't do that to somebody. You can hold them, but you can't cut off their blood supply because that can be very fatal. People can die very, very quickly if you don't resuscitate them immediately doing that. All right. So yeah, that is very deadly.
That blood flow getting cut off to the brain, you pass out almost instantaneously. And then you have the one of the esophagus, right? Where you're cutting off the person's air supply. The human brain can go about 3 minutes without oxygen before it begins to deteriorate and die. And it becomes fatal at that point. So if you're really choking a guy, you can't really choke him for 6 minutes because you're not performing either one of those chokes that I described. Therefore, neither one of those will be fatal to this person unless they're high on drugs and they have excited delirium and they begin to die on their own accord with any level of resistance against that person and their manic behavior.
Okay. So now what he's telling, and this is what they do. What in the language of white supremacists is just lying straight up. Is the antithesis of telling the honest truth. So now he's saying the chokehold that's on video is not like we don't know what happened and we're hearing it from somebody. We saw it on video. It was recorded. The chokehold that we saw wasn't a real chokehold. The fact that he choked him out, that wasn't a real chokehold. It was really the drug, even though there was an autopsy that found out that he was choked to death and he died because he was strangled. He's saying, even though he died because he was strangled, it wasn't the fact that Daniel strangled him that killed him. He died because he was strangled because there were drugs. Okay. All right. Okay. Well, if that's the case, if we're just using that logic, I'm just using that same logic, then Austin didn't die because of the stab. Austin, he just died because he probably didn't eat breakfast that morning and his blood was thin and he probably was taking some type of vitamins. If he had more vitamins, his blood would probably have been thicker. He was probably, juicing up for the game. He probably had too much Gatorade. His blood was flowing too much and it was natural causes. It was probably that thin. Let's just, if we're going to go there with it, let's just go there all the way. You can't say that, well, Karmelo did is first degree murder and we see somebody strangle somebody on video and that's not first degree murder. Okay, well, then nothing's first degree murder then. And then if that's the case, then maybe Austin was on meth. I don't know. I mean, it is meth cab or meth cab. I don't know. It kind of does add up. I don't know. Maybe he was. Maybe he did do a, little something. You know what I'm saying? Maybe he was juicing. Maybe. I'm not saying he was. I'm not saying he was. But it could be. I mean, what did he have for breakfast? We don't know. Could have been food poisoning. It could have been food poisoning. Does he have allergies? Maybe he had an allergic reaction. Okay. It could have been an allergic reaction. We don't know what the situation really was. Okay. Maybe he had pre-existing conditions. And it was a natural cause. So if we're going to go there, we're not moving the goalpost. If what Daniel Penny did, if that's not murder, if Jordan Neely died of natural causes, then I say with that same type of logic, then Austin Metcalf died of natural causes. You can't say it was Karmelo, just like you couldn't say it was Daniel. And with the same logic that you said that Daniel is a hero, is the same logic that we're saying Karmelo is a hero. If you're saying that Daniel is a hero because Jordan Neely was a threat to other people, then Karmelo is a hero because Austin was a threat to other people. You see how that works? You see how that works? Okay. All right then. So maybe it's fine. Maybe it's tit for tat. Okay? Maybe it's that way. The situation, we're still learning about it. I have not seen the video, so I don't want to say I've seen people speak on the video, but I have not seen the video myself. So I'm gonna have to do some more research into that, because I'm not Charleston White and I'm not gonna get up here and just say anything on the internet. But what we know is that people are starting to walk back their statements, and I think that that's very telling. I don't think he would be walking back his statement unless the video proved that Karmelo was innocent. I think that he's seen the video, or he knows somebody close to him who's seen the video, and they described what was on that video, and with all of the other evidence, he's looking like, oh damn, let me say this right now before the video gets leaked or something. Now, mind you, if the video proved that Karmelo was guilty, I can guarantee you that video would have been leaked. Okay? So the fact that he's walking this back now is showing me, is kind of indicating to me like, oh, Karmelo might be pretty innocent, like we said from the beginning. So we'll find out. We'll see. We'll see. Tonight, y'all, was a rather shorter live stream because I got to go to the For the Culture channel, do another live stream. So I'll see you guys there, actually. But I appreciate you guys for being here. Make sure you guys hit that like button.
And make sure I hit that like button for Front Line Blacc News. Yeah, Charleston White's a freaking clown. Like, he gonna flip-flop. First he was talking all this shit about Carmelo Anthony being guilty, and now he done flip-flop, talking about, oh, they were some bullies and they deserve what they got and all this. So he must have seen the video, or he's seen somebody, or know somebody that's seen the video. And now he's doing an about face. But to hell with Charleston White. He straight up said what he does. He drifts for money. That's what he does. So the hell with him and whatever the hell he's talking about. Now moving along, we got Louisiana's insane law says cops are hate crime victims. So everybody got hate crime legislation, including the race soldiers, but foundational Black Americans. So I'm gonna play that next. Professor Black Truth gonna give us an update on that.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. I know they're up against some pretty stiff competition from Greg Abbott's Texas and Ron DeSantis's Florida, but I'd like to nominate Louisiana as the most backward state in America. In May of 2016, Louisiana's inbred legislature passed a so-called law that included police as a protected group under the state's hate crimes laws. It's the only state in America to have a law like that. So in addition to the actual victims of hate crimes based on race, age, gender, religion, color, creed, disability, sexual orientation, national origin, ancestry, they've now added the imaginary category of a job as a hate crimes classification. So your line of work can qualify you as a hate crime victim. Why not have a hate crimes law for mailmen then? They face far more violence and actual threats than the donut chomping thugs in blue. Now, this so-called law goes on to specify that law enforcement officer means active or retired. Retired? So this is not about protecting police. It's about protecting a profession, even if you no longer work in that said profession. Gee, is that how it works when you're Black? The largest category of people who suffer hate crimes laws? Is there a day when you can be retired from being Black? And if you're going to be protecting people on the basis of whether they work or are retired, does that mean that if they get fired, that they're no longer protected? That if you harm them, it's not a hate crime anymore? And you know what else is also interesting? The legislators down there didn't see fit to make politicians a protected class. The crimes against political office holders are far more significant than anything the police claim to have happened to them. And yet, these lawmakers decided to ignore the danger to themselves. Why shouldn't their profession be protected against hate crimes? If we're protecting professions now, if we're protecting people's jobs, these are just a few of the contradictions that go along with this kind of agitprop. This kind of law is the perfect example of a solution, quote unquote, desperately looking for a problem. And you won't be surprised to learn that many of the so-called legislators in Louisiana are themselves retired law enforcement, which of course makes them the most cowardly and corrupt individuals in the entire state. The entire idea behind asinine message legislation like this is to try to intimidate the public. That's what this is all about. It's about basically saying that anything that the police claim is a crime if they just say so. Anything at all. But of course, this law wasn't passed because there was any actual threat to the thugs in blue. It was passed in order to give a wink and a nod to the police's typical criminality. Now remember, this law was passed in May of 2016. And not surprisingly, only 2 months later, on July 5th, 2016, 2 white cops in Baton Rouge murdered Alton Sterling in cold blood. They murdered him in the very city where this law was passed. And just for the record, because I know we got some white supremacist trash who like to lurk in the comment section, the shooting of those 4 cops in Baton Rouge, that occurred on July 17th of 2016. It was done in response to the murder of Alton Sterling. So the police weren't being attacked by anyone in May of 2016, and yet they passed this law anyway, when there was no basis for it. This so-called law was passed by a bunch of reprobate politicians in order to make racist cops feel emboldened to kill unarmed black people in cold blood. That was what brought about the alleged incident in July of that year. There hadn't been a problem until the police made a problem. Police are their own worst enemies. To say anything else is a pathetic deflection. When they take responsibility for the racists in their midst and stop breaking the law by attacking and killing black citizens, then the outrage against them will cease. But of course, this is not about whether or not there's public outrage. This is about white supremacist control. Why am I bringing all this up now? Because last month there was an incident in Louisiana where a man was accused of intentionally ramming a Baton Rouge police officer with his vehicle. And that man is now facing a hate crime charge. 41-year-old Gad Black of Baton Rouge has been arrested on a charge of first-degree murder. He's also been booked on additional counts of resisting an officer and hate crimes against law enforcement, the fictional category. Oh, and the individual who Mr. Black is accused of having hit with his vehicle, he's still in the hospital, but reports are that he's showing signs of improvement. So what that means is he's on the way to getting out of there. Of course, the white media is doing their part, trying to influence public opinion against Mr. Black. They're putting out stories claiming that minutes after the crash, someone using the name Gad Black posted on social media, "Rodney Hinton, I'm right there with ya homie." Now that sounds like the kind of crap that white FBI agents would write during COINTELPRO back in the 60s and 70s. This is the kind of stuff you expect from feds who are not black, but still the white media saying, well, this is Mr. Gad Black who posted this. And just for the record, Rodney Hinton, of course, is the aggrieved father in Ohio who gained national attention when his 18-year-old son was gunned down by police. And the next day, Mr. Hinton, after seeing the video of his child being killed, he himself was then accused of having struck a sheriff's deputy with his car. Now, there is a similarity between this case and the case of Mr. Hinton, but it's not anything that the white media is speaking about. According to records by the police, they say that Mr. Black's girlfriend, Asia Raby, called police to report the crash, saying, "I think a police officer just got hit or killed." Raby made statements that the driver might have been suffering a mental breakdown. And what was the response of the police to Miss Raby trying to be Miss Concerned Citizen? They arrested her too and put some charges on her as well. That's how they repaid her for her trying to help them. There's a lesson in that for black folks. Now, see, the thing here is, if they're going to be putting out reports saying that his girlfriend was saying that I think someone got hit or killed, obviously that would indicate that even if Mr. Black did hit that cop with his car, it clearly wasn't deliberate. Otherwise, his girlfriend wouldn't have been calling up and saying anything about it. They would have been keeping it quiet. And on top of that, she's saying that he suffered a mental breakdown. Now, we don't know exactly what happened. The white media is jumping to conclusions. The police are putting out stories. And as we saw with George Floyd, Tamir Rice, Walter Scott, and countless other cases, the police always claim that a black person attacked them. And then we get cell phone videos showing exactly the opposite of what they said. But even if it is what they say, which it most likely isn't, this is still a case of diminished capacity. This is a mental health crisis, just like Rodney Hinton. It's a mental health tragedy, but not a crime. According to the white media, the family of the accused reportedly issued a statement that the white media is characterizing as an apology. Well, that alone should be good enough for anyone. From the police and the white media's own accounting, even if he did hit this cop with his car, it was not intentional. And for the sake of argument, even if they can say that it was intentional, well, the man was clearly suffering a mental health breakdown. That's what this was about. And if Mr. Black was Mr. White, then the only thing the white media would be saying is that he had mental health issues, that this is a man who had a long-standing track record of mental illness. They'd be having all sorts of experts saying, well, what could have been going through his mind? Clearly, he wasn't thinking straight, et cetera, et cetera. And they'd be having all of his family, friends, co-workers, anybody they bumped into saying what a good guy he is. They wouldn't be trying to demonize him. They would be busy doing what they always do with non-Black offenders, which is humanize them. Tell everybody how human he is. Go ahead and tell him about his trials and tribulations and how whatever he's accused of clearly couldn't have been his fault. But the real crime here happens to be that Louisiana legislation. That law is not about public safety, obviously, because the police are not members of the public. This is a political piece of message legislation by corrupt politicians trying to protect violent criminals. And the police are not in the business of public safety anyway. They are a taxpayer-funded street gang. Police in America began as the slave catchers. That's the basis of so-called law enforcement in America. They make it a point to employ as many white supremacist foot soldiers as they can to carry out racial ambushes. The function that the police carry out under white supremacy is to use organized violence in order to force citizens to comply with the immoral and often blatantly unconstitutional laws that these corrupt politicians pass. The only reason that the rich and powerful have their entrenched position is because they are given all kinds of things through policy that the working class income people are not given. These are policy decisions. They've been handed the fat of the land. In fact, it's beyond merely handed to them. It is reserved for them. You are not even allowed to come near what they see as theirs, and it sits there unless and until they finally are prepared to come and get it. How do you compel people to live under an evil racist system that mandates they be a permanent oppressed minority? You can't unless there's a guaranteed threat of violence behind those policies. That's the function that the police serve under white supremacy, to maintain an unequal and unjust status quo through organized violence. They are the guarantors of the goodies, giveaways, and guarantees that white power gives to those classified as white at the expense of those who are Black. A law that classifies a specific job as being the basis for hate crime protection, that shows what a joke white supremacy is, but it's not a funny one. It's deadly serious because the racists in these legislatures, who in many cases are former police themselves, they set up these laws specifically in the hopes of intimidating citizens who are being menaced or threatened or assaulted by police from protecting themselves. This is all about emboldening thugs with badges to attack citizens and trying to intimidate those threatened citizens into thinking that they shouldn't do anything to protect themselves. The police have been the aggressors in these cases, not the victims. Trying to manufacture phony, made-up categories of hate crimes victims, that's all done for the sake of giving police a pass to harm the real victims of hate crimes. And this is the reason that we, foundational Black Americans in specific, require a hate crimes law specifically to protect us, and that any sort of anti-Black hate crime law must of a necessity include harsh punishments for the police, who are one of the main perpetrators of hate crimes against Black Americans. Because no matter what any racist reprobate in any legislature thinks, the police are out of control. Black people are being targeted constantly, and we have no obligation to sit on our hands and hope that the very thugs and racists who are gunning us down won't be looking to target us today. White supremacy has always loved to indulge this psychological masturbatory game where they pretend as if whatever they say is reality simply because they said it. And that's why we've made it our mission to ignore what they say and to ensure that at the end of this game, they are the ones who are going to lose. Good day and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Deep I-904, Earl Pearl, Walter Wilborn, Kareem Lawless, and Livtrabia Lawson. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Thank you, Professor Black Truth, for that awesome commentary and update. Yeah, this is some bullshit, like for real. So, Baton Rouge, anybody in Baton Rouge or know anybody in Baton Rouge, y'all need to get on them about this shit because this is some bull. How the hell these motherfuckers get an anti-cop hate crime law? Like, what the hell? So sickening. All right, moving along. We got victim. Why do people consider FBA as divisive? So we've been told for the longest now that FBA is divisive, and it's like all we're doing is acknowledging our lineage. Like, how's that divisive? But Tariq gonna give us an update on that, since they see trying to blame him for this delineation. Oh no, actually it's gonna be Jay Dizzle. Jay Dizzle's gonna give us an update on that. Shout out to Jay Dizzle and Liberated Minded Media. Necker Cat is gonna give us an update on that.
It's because of Black culture. It's because of the murder music. Karmelo Anthony killed someone, guys. And it wasn't because of white supremacy. It was because of Black culture. It's because of the murder music we listen to, the lack of accountability that is coming out of the Black community, the lack of leadership that is coming out of the Black community. I'm telling you right now that the world and the country is getting tired of the dysfunction that is coming out of the Black community, okay? It is affecting everybody else. And quite frankly, it is a problem in this country, okay? And Black people refuse to accept and look and recognize that we have a problem. Houston, we have a fucking problem. Okay, and as long as we keep sitting here acting like it's everybody else and it's not us, I'm telling you, people are going to keep dying. Okay, people are going to keep dying, and the Black community is not going to get better. Okay, what happened to this little boy was so unfortunate. Both of them. It is so unfortunate that I guarantee you, you guys have not thought about that family that lost their kid. This is disgusting. That is behavior that is coming from Black people, and we have to do better. Okay, we have to do better. We have to have more compassion, and we have to teach our children emotional intelligence. Seriously.
So I got a question. Do y'all think that Black Americans have culture? I'm not talking about the people that come from like immigrant backgrounds. I'm talking about like historically Black American families. Do you believe that they have culture? I mean, I know there's certain cities that, you know, have culture, like New Orleans, New York. But what is some similarities that get shared across America as a whole? Like, I don't think that there's any, I guess, cultural similarities at all. Now, it's easy for me because, like, you know, my family comes from, like, I guess, a more traditional country. So it's easy for us to see, like, you know, what our culture is, like, what traditions we have. But what, you know, I think that's the main piece that's missing from America. Like, what is America's traditional values in the Black families? Also, what traditions do Americans have? And this is an honest question. Like, I want you guys to let me know.
I'm gonna ask this question again. Why is FBA divisive? Why do some of y'all feel like us claiming our own unique experience here as being divisive? What about FBA is divisive? And save all of your I hate Tariq Nasheed talking points. Just tell me why you think FBA is divisive. See if anybody pull up. I just want to know the answer to this question, because I respect a lot of y'all who are questioning FBA, questioning the idea and the concept of FBA. That's why I'm gonna be respectful in this video. Some of y'all I do not respect at all. But my question is, what about FBA is divisive? Like, why is it divisive for us to claim our own unique lineage? You know what I'm saying? Because, like, it's not divisive if a Haitian has his flag and he's representing Haiti. That's not divisive, right? Irish people waving their flag, white people who, you know, come from Ireland, whatever, that's not divisive. Nigerians, they could be Naja this, Naja that. That's not divisive, but it's divisive if we say, yo, we're foundational Black Americans. Why? That's what I'm asking. Like, why is it divisive? Why do people have a problem with this? This concept isn't even really new. It's not unique. It was Dr. Claude Anderson who came up with the concept. He just called it Native Black American. So it's just been changed up to foundational because that gives a little bit more clarity. So why is it divisive? Was African American divisive? Was Negro divisive? Was freedman, which literally is the same thing, is that divisive? Freedman is a term that specifically corresponds with a specific group. Is that divisive? It's Puerto Rican and Puerto Rican Day and them holding up their Puerto Rican flag and saying we Puerto Rican. Is that divisive? Or is it just when we do our thing it's divisive? Is it when we want to gatekeep our own specific culture, now it's divisive? Because when we don't do that, then we have people that will try to tell us that hip-hop was really created 50-50, or Jamaicans also created hip-hop, or Puerto Ricans also created hip-hop, or Jewish people. No, I mean, like, is it divisive for us just to gatekeep our own specific culture? That's what I want to know. Like, why is it being called divisive? Because we're saying, yeah, we have African ancestry. That's obvious. Like I said, let me just break it down like this. Like, here, this is what a ethnogenesis is, just in case you don't get it. White people are clearly ancestrally from Europe. You ask a white person what they are, they're going to tell you they're American. You dig deeper and you're like, yeah, okay, but what country of origin does your family come from? I think I'm German, Scottish. Sometimes they won't even know. They don't know what exact city their family may have come from. They don't know any relatives that they may have left 100 years ago in whatever country they came from. Because they're ethnogenesis. They're American now. So if they could be American from coming here in the 1900s, why are we not our own specific ethnogenetic lineage? And we've been here longer than that. You go to an Italian restaurant. I've been to New York, man. They got some great Italian restaurants, some great pizza. You eat a pizza from Polly's Pizzeria joint. It'll be the joint. I ain't gonna lie. That ain't how they do the pizza in Italy. Because they have their own new nuances to the culture, and they've had an ethnogenesis. Why is it different for us? Why is it anything that we do, we have to share with everybody? We do hip hop. Hip hop is now an African creation. It's not. It was specifically made here by us. Let me just explain to you just in a quickly what FBA means, what it means to be foundational Black American, or freedman if you prefer. It just means that, listen, we are comprised of a unique experience. So we know there were Black people here that are indigenous that were here. And when I say indigenous, just so we don't have to go back to the old Macs and whatever, all these different migrations from thousands of years ago, I'll just simply say that Black people were here before this was called the United States of America, and we built it. That's what the foundational part means. Now we can go deeper to how long we've been here, but we'll just say before this was called United States of America. When Christopher Columbus came here, there were Black-skinned people here. Even though we know he didn't come to North America, he went to the Caribbean, but there were Black people in North, South America already. Then 5% of the transatlantic slave trade came to North America. Most went to the Caribbean, most went to South America. Then there are also other indigenous people who we would refer to as the Native Americans that are more of a red skin, more yellow actually, but whatever, who came from Asia. So do we still call them Asians? Do we still call Native Americans? We know that they came from the land bridge or whatever the story is, that they came from the Siberian Peninsula and all that. But we know they came from Asia. This is even according to Asians, Chinese. And according to Asians, Chinese, there were already Black people here before they came here. But do we still refer to them as Asians? We don't. And then you also have the admixture from European. This is the unique ethnogenesis that we have, that we're acknowledging now. Because you can say what you want, but people in Africa don't refer to us as African. They just don't. You know this. If you went to Nigeria today, you wouldn't have to open your mouth and they would say you are an American. You wouldn't have to even open your mouth. They would just tell by the way you dress, your swag, the phenotype features. I'm not saying that we don't resemble some West Africans. Of course we do, because we're related. What I'm saying is nationality means where you're from, where you were born, what's your national origin. My parents, their parents, their parents, their parents, all here. My bloodline that I can trace: Louisiana, Arkansas, Alabama. For generations and centuries. You get it? So what about foundational Black America upsets you guys, besides the fact you don't like the person who coined the term? What about it is divisive? Why is it not divisive when we have, and why is, like, I get the bickering that goes back and forth online with some of the FBA cats and some of the Caribbeans or Africans. I get it. It does get, it gets kind of intense. God damn it, we didn't start the shit. We didn't start the shit. Let's just be real. We're just now hitting back. Let's be real. There are actual terms in West Africa that are specifically derogatory towards Black Americans. No one else. They have specific terms just for us. Akata. They have specific terms that they use just to disrespect and denigrate us. My parents never told me, hey, don't talk to them Haitians, don't talk to them Jamaicans, be careful about the Nigerians. I was never taught that. You were never probably taught that either. But they were taught that. They were taught that. In fact, if you scroll back on my timeline to 2016, 2017, I had a conversation with this young Ethiopian kid, and we were having the conversation. It was all good. He was a cool cat. But I asked him a question about his parents. And he said, yeah, some of the older generations, they don't really like Black Americans. And he straight up said that they were taught that. I dated Nigerian for years. She was cool. Her parents didn't really fuck with Black Americans. Like, a lot of these cats are literally taught this. I'm not, you know what I'm saying? We're going to hold them responsible for that shit. I'm not going to let them say, oh, but then we were taught that before we left, or the white man made us not like you guys. No. Because that same white man gave us a bad picture of what Africa looks like, and we still uplifted Africa to the fullest. In fact, let's be real. Let's keep it a stack, super stack. Let's keep it that. We've always uplifted. We've always celebrated the contributions of Black people globally, to the point to where more than they do. Let's be real. We practice ancient spiritual systems more than they do. We've upheld.
That's right, Jay. Just was telling
the Shaka Zulus and the other people that we felt were freedom fighters in Africa more than they do. I don't never hear none of these Africans that come over here talking about Ogun and talking about, they look at voodoo like it's a bad thing. They look at their old ancestral, those who, you know, the Ya Asante was, they don't mention them. They don't mention the Queen of Zingas. They don't even mention like the newer ones. Patrice Lumumba's and them. They don't even give them props. So we've been trying to lift up their image, but they shit on our image. Not all of them, but a lot of them. But no one calls them divisive. And it's not just about like the social. If we're going to talk divisive, then let's be real about it then. I'm not just talking about the social interactions, the Twitters and the Facebooks and the Clubhouse. How they be really disrespectful towards Black Americans. They call us bullet bags. Disrespectful shit like that. We don't do that. But it's not just that. It's when they're in their organizations and they're in positions of power and influence, and they create platforms that are dedicated to disrespecting our image. World Star Hip Hop. Look what they did to the Essence Fest and all that.
What happened to Black American heritage at Essence Fest? So it's night 1 or night 2, and there is a lot of complaints coming through, and the common consensus is the culture has shifted. It no longer feels like us. And honestly, that makes sense because the people in charge now do not value Black heritage. Essence Fest used to be known as the Cookout. It was created in 1995, created to center Black American heritage, the music, fashion, beauty, political power. It was basically like the family reunion created by Black people for Black people. Soul food, a little gospel, a little trap, NOLA. It was a culture that you felt deep in your chest. But now, not so much. It feels somewhat curated, corporatized, and it no longer feels like it centers us. The current CEO of Essence is a former DEI executive for Target. So the very thing that Black Americans are protesting, she was the center of, and now she's the center, well, she's the head, the CEO of Essence. Upon more research, I found out that she is originally from Kenya, and she moved to the US when she was about 10 years old. The point of me bringing that up is she doesn't seem like she values Black American heritage, because if she did care, the festival will still reflect the very people it was built for. And seeing as though that's not the case, I can't help but think that she does not value Black American heritage. Instead, it's become a space that uplifts everyone else aside from Black American heritage. That shift is starting to feel really intentional. Local Black vendors are being pushed out. Local creators and influencers are overlooked completely, all while being the very representation that is needed for Black-centered heritage in the South. It doesn't make any sense to me. It has slowly become a place that has been curated for optics and not community. This very thing is exactly what I was talking about in my previous videos when I asked the question, where are the Black American beauty creators? The answer is we're being pushed out of the very spaces created and centered for us. And not just pushed out of these spaces like Essence Fest, but panels, brand deals, sponsorships, media. And all of this didn't happen by accident. It has happened through leadership, branding pivots, and sponsorship deals that prioritize global Blackness. Global Blackness, a movement that often leaves out the specific culture and heritage of Black Americans. And when brands talk about inclusion, but sideline the very creators who made the culture, we should all be asking, if Essence no longer feels like us, who is it for?
Room, the griot, the list goes on. A lot of different platforms where they'll just, Candace Owens is Caribbean. She said out of her own mouth, yeah, I won't disrespect any Caribbeans. If people come to me about stories about Nicki Minaj and these other Caribbeans, I'm not going to disrespect them because I have a Caribbean bias. But she will go online right in front of white people, right to white people, and tell them how George Floyd deserved to die and that Derek Chauvin should be off. So who's the one that's divisive? The ones that are saying shit like that? Because we don't wish death upon them. We don't say you guys shouldn't get reparations. We don't say you guys complain about racism and systematic racism when your whole damn country has been colonized. We don't call you slave cotton pickers. You guys call us that. A lot of Caribbeans, not all, call us that as if they weren't enslaved. We don't do that. We don't undermine them. You won't find us going to their countries, whether it's in Africa, Caribbean, whatever. You don't see us going there, and then we're going to get online and we're going to get in front of their TV broadcast and start talking down at them. You don't see that. They will come here. They will get on a panel on Fox News or create their own situations and tell us how we ain't shit. We don't work hard. We complain about the white man too much until they need our help. Well, we're doing better than you guys and all that. We don't do that. We definitely can't go there and you live off of their taxpayer money. So this ain't about like, it's no hatred. I don't have none of that towards anybody, not for any superficial reason. My question is, why is it divisive when we embrace who we are specifically? Yes, do we have African ancestry? Of course we do. Yes, we're part of the broader Black race of the globe, but why can't we hold on to our own specific lineage of where we come from? Niggas will embrace the city they're from. Niggas will represent the state they're from, the coast they're from, but we can't represent our collective 50+ million strong, unique lineage with our unique accomplishments. Or anytime we do something, we have to share it with everybody, but everybody don't share their accomplishments with us. Anything we create, it has to be everybody enjoys it. Everybody helped create it. It came from everywhere. No, it didn't. Our specific shit is ours, and we can gatekeep it. The same way they gatekeep shit. Michael B. Jordan went to Jamaica or went to the Caribbean, made an alcohol, named it after a Caribbean name or whatever. These Trinidad cats was tripping on him. Oh, you can't use our whoop-de-whoop-de-whoop. They flipped out. But do they come here and start rocking our shit and appropriating our culture? Do they? Be real. Kai Cenat said that Black Americans don't have any culture, but he eats off of our culture. They deny that we have a culture, yet all of them are hip-hop swagged up. All of them are dressing and talking like us. All of them are participating in lanes that we created. Why isn't that divisive? Y'all don't want to talk about it, huh? Y'all don't want to talk about it. It is what it is. Look, it ain't no hatred, man. It ain't no shade. I know this isn't all Africans, all Caribbeans. It might not even be a majority, but it's enough that it has to be addressed. It's enough that we have to have this conversation, because once we get on the same page, see, here's the thing. Let's talk about the Pan-Africanism. I think Pan-Africanism was one of the most brilliant ideas of the 20th century. The idea that we collectively acknowledge each other and we lift each other up and we work together, because globally, Black people are probably the majority or close to, and we can have this thing unlock. Brilliant idea. That's why that's why in the 60s, the MLKs and them, they did what they could to make sure that the lane was cleared for Black immigrants to come here. The problem is when they came here, they sided with the white supremacists over us. We were the only ones really holding down the idea of Pan-Africanism. Just be real about it. It's okay. We're the only ones that was really rocking with this Pan-Africanism. They don't even really do that in Africa now. Barely now. In 2025. It's been over 100 years of Pan-Africanism. Keep it a stack. It's been over 100 years. If everybody was on it like we were, because we're the ones that made Marcus Garvey and the whole idea of Pan-Africanism a global thing or recognized. Marcus Garvey went back to Jamaica and then he left. Like, fuck these cats. These cats over here ain't. We're the ones that was holding it down. We've contributed to the freedom and movements in Ghana, Ethiopia, South Africa, Zimbabwe, Congo. We've contributed to their fights against white supremacy. Have they contributed to ours? Just be real. Be real. This ain't no hatred. I'm just gonna be real. Since people are acting like we're the ones that's being divisive, show me where they have been, with some small exceptions. There are some exceptions. I ain't gonna lie. Well, let's be real. Congressional Black Caucus is mostly immigrant, people of an immigrant background. And who do they advocate for? They advocate for other immigrants, whether they're Latino immigrants or whatever. They advocate for LGBT. They advocate for Israel. When have they ever advocated for something that's just going to benefit us? Barack Obama. His mother's white, his dad's Kenyan. So he doesn't come from the slave fields and the soils and the same experience as us. And I think he was the best president we've ever had personally, but he didn't look out for black people. He didn't. He wasn't really an ally for us. Overall, he was a great president. I ain't gonna lie. The economy was cool. Our reputation as a country was good. But let's be real. There's too many examples of this shit, man. Kamala Harris, another one. She ain't from our lineage. And she specifically said she would not do anything to specifically and only help us. I'm just saying. Why is it divisive? Why is it a wrong for us to say, hey, because we're a specific lineage and our actual ancestors, because if we're going to tap into our ancestors, understand what that means. Our ancestors start with us, our family, my family. Those are passed on. That's in my direct bloodline. That's where I start with honoring my ancestors. Then I extend that to the collective ancestors that come back to America. The Harriet Tubmans, the Nat Turners, the Sojourner Truths, etc. Malcolm X's and the MLKs and the right? Then from there we could connect. But why would I say, if we're doing a reparations movement, why would I say it's okay for other people whose family didn't toil in the soils of America that they should be included in it? Because I can't go to Nigeria's trying to get reparations from Britain. I can't go to Nigeria and get that. I can't go to the Caribbean and get what CARICOM is doing. Why do we have to share everything of ours, but no one shares theirs?
Exactly.
I'm just asking simple questions. We'll see if you got any answers in the comment later on, man. I'll check it. But to me, FBA is not divisive. To me, it's not divisive that we claim who we are. To me, it's not divisive just to be honest with who we are. Yeah, we could say ethnically we're African. We could say ancestrally we're African, but we can't say nationally we're African. I can't trace my bloodline to where I could say this is where my family's from in Africa. These are some of my cousins, this and that. And no matter where you go in Africa, they're not going to say you're an African. They're going to say you're an American.
Right.
They're going to say you're American. They're not going to say you're an African. They're going to know this before you open your mouth.
That part they do.
People have no problem with Jamaicans claiming to be Jamaicans.
Right.
Dominicans being Dominicans, Brazilians being Brazilians. But when it comes to us, we have to be generic, undefined African.
Hey sis, let me bring you on the stage. How you doing?
Peace and abundance.
Sorry for your loss.
Peace and abundance. We have an ancestral celebration.
Yeah. Finish going over this FDA device and I say no.
I'm very thankful, and I'm glad that you guys got it rocking tonight. I definitely chimed in when I heard certain things. You already know.
Yeah.
I'm very indigenous to this land. I am from an FBA family line.
Yes.
I know that I am indigenous. I'm a part of the tribes that they have tried to eradicate
Yes.
and replace with Siberian.
Yep.
Because
right.
Taos Indians look just like me.
Yep.
And Taos was not in New Mexico. It
No.
was in Pueblo.
Yep.
And so there was Taos Pueblo.
Yep.
And there were Taos Pueblo Indians, which I have photograph proof of my grandfather,
Mm-hmm.
my Bampu, my great grandfather.
Mm-hmm.
He was 121 years old when National Geographic took the picture that they did of my great grandfather. They
Wow.
didn't even say his name, Cicero Brown.
Cicero Brown.
But yes, and Joe
Uh-oh. You're freezing up, sis.
was one of the original free black coal miners of Mount Harris, Colorado, which is known as Steamboat Springs now.
Yep.
So I know for a fact that we are indigenous.
Right. Well, why is it so
There's
contentious?
there's no denying my bloodline. So I kind of, I love Shabaka, but I got very offended sometimes.
Yeah. Well, he's no
I
longer.
know it. Like I actually got proof. You did a DNA test that they honestly altered just to let us not acknowledge our birthrights as
But they
far as
don't.
this land.
They don't let you
It
know
was
you're.
some Jacob and Esau shit. Yeah, it was. It was some Jacob and Esau shit where they wanted us to believe that we were African so they could take our native
Yeah.
fucking birthright.
Yep.
I know I needed to move into another room. However, I'm very serious about, those types of things. But guess what? Trump is honestly too. He's
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
I can say that he's a type of person that'll shoot his self in the foot.
Mm-hmm.
Do you understand? When you acknowledge the 14th Amendment and you
Right.
say that you want all true born Americans to only be here,
Mm-hmm.
then it's us. Are
Right.
you telling Britain to come and get their kids? You telling
No.
Spain to come and get their kids? Are you
No.
telling Poland and Switzerland? Are you honestly telling them to come and get their kids?
No.
Because that's really what we're looking at. We're looking at half a society right now as we know it. Even white supremacy, because a lot of them, listen, a lot of people don't realize that the orphan trains and the Rothschild indoctrination have a lot of these white people really believing that they're from here.
Yeah.
No,
You know,
but
they're
they
just no
came
legal
from the
immigrants.
orphan trains. They were the Cabbage Patch dolls.
They were the original legal
They were
immigrants.
the Cabbage Patch dolls. Dead ass, bro.
Yeah. Yeah.
They were orphans and they got indoctrinated by the Rothschild education system as
Yeah.
to who they were in this country. That
Yep.
was it. You
Yep.
you you guys don't have any other substantial backing on your history.
Yeah.
A lot of white people that thought they were just white, when they go to Ellis Island and they look up their last name in certain books, they realize they were fucking immigrants.
Yep. They have to change their names.
Come on, do you see what I'm saying? Like, okay, so it's not far-fetched to know that the Native Americans that we know today were immigrants from Siberia.
Yeah.
Okay, and this is what I can say is that there's only a few states in this United States that weren't named after what we named them indigenously.
Mm-hmm.
And the ones that they did rename, they renamed in honor or tribute to Britain, New Hampshire, New Yorkshire.
New York.
You know what I'm saying? New Jersey, New England.
Yeah.
Come on. I'm saying dead ass. I'm not.
And that was supposed to be New York is supposed to be the new Amsterdam.
This was, you want to know why? You want to know how all of this shit happened?
Why?
When Britain got tired of their imprisoned people.
Yeah, they sent their prisoners over here.
They sent them over here thinking that we were going to execute them on site.
Well, we should have.
Which we should have. But just like with the Black Plague, we teach people better.
Yeah, we saved these.
Okay, and then once they were alive and thriving over here, we taught them our ways. They send letters back to Daddy. And when they did that, that's when Daddy took full advantage of it and said, well, unless you conquer any land over there and it's named after Britain, we're not going to take you back, right?
Yeah.
They did that shit and Britain still doesn't fucking take them now.
Yeah, very true. So ChatGPT.
You guys are bastard fucking children, and because of that hurt and pain, you projected it on every community since.
Yep, they did. That's exactly
that incest and all that other sexual molestation, all that. You guys projected all of that shit on our communities after the fact that you went through it and you saw that your daddy still didn't give a fuck.
That's exactly what they did. But,
exactly, and we're in the middle of a family war on the cool. We're honestly side collateral damage. Maybe we should have killed them. Maybe we should have killed their children that they sent over here. Those bastard children that they didn't want to deal with.
Yeah. Let me address this comment real quick. So he was supposed to be studying twin. He was supposed to be doing the research. We asked him to do the research on during his hiatus, and he obviously refused to do that. So we don't have time for that. We do research, we study over here.
I'm gonna let you know this, and this is a little secret to Shabaka and everybody else who's done some type of DNA fucking test. Okay? When you do the DNA test, here, let me go on and pause myself because of course I was watching the show. But what I'm gonna say is this seriously. They will never acknowledge true DNA here. Do you understand? They will never acknowledge that. They will never acknowledge the original DNA here.
No.
So they will try and revert it to their narrative, which was that we were transferred over here. And since Shabaka used to always like to bring up one key point in every show, listen, my key point in every show from here on out will be, show me a boat.
Right.
Show me one fucking boat. How this was even fucking possible.
Right.
Show me one. Racist people keep so many souvenirs for their racism. Like it's passed down like family heirlooms, right?
Yeah.
Even down to clans outfits.
Yep, they still got them. They still
pass that shit down. Do you understand? How is it that if they have so much pride in white supremacy and racism, if this really happened, that they didn't keep one fucking boat?
Right. Where the hell?
To show us how it did.
Where's the ship? And these were cargo.
No, that honestly, if we weren't mentally enslaved before, if we actually saw that,
He refused. Yeah, exactly. He refused.
Do you understand? We would know it really happened, but it didn't.
Yeah. Yeah, he refused.
My hair is locked. True enough. But you know Jesse is shit. My bone hair straight.
Yep.
My hair has been bone hair straight all my life. Or if not, just wild and unruly curly.
Yeah, like Lady Chase, like Brandy's.
Yes. Look how dark I am. And I literally have had her same hair texture my whole fucking life.
Yep. Facts. Well, let's see what ChatGPT had to say on the matter, because ChatGPT.
I don't even look. I'm tired of inviting robots into real conversations. But I mean, if that's what you're on, I'm on it with you. I'm here for the ride. But I'm not talking to that motherfucker.
No, I'm not asking you to talk to it. Somebody talked to it though, and it gave this response on who was.
Okay, well, let's see.
Before Columbus, so Lisa Cabrera is gonna give us an update on that. Shout out.
Well, let's see about if I'm right.
And I wanted to know if
I got shared.
Melanated people were in the land prior to Columbus, and I was astonished by the answer.
Why be astonished though?
So
why?
Just reflecting back on everything we've learned since we've been in this land, we know the vast majority of the things we have been told are lies. And the lies even continue on to this very day about who was here. All I know is these natives that I'm looking at, who y'all label as there's no way. Those were the first people here.
Those are actually Blackfoot Indians right there. Do you understand?
And
you can tell by the headdresses who they were
on these reservations. And they're now getting stamped.
Alone Indians didn't wear them type of hairdresses.
People.
Chickasha Indians didn't wear them type of hairdresses. Like you could tell the tribes, but yes, we all wear the same color.
We can't go by anything these folks say anymore.
Realize we already.
But what we can do,
I have a Charles original headpiece down in my living room right now.
We do have at our fingertips. Now I'm going to play what ChatGPT said about who was in this land prior to Christopher Columbus.
And I'm going downstairs
there
to
is
show
strong
y'all
evidence and credible scholarship suggesting that people of African descent were present in the Americas before Columbus's arrival in 1492, though this history is often minimized or ignored in mainstream narratives. Here's a breakdown of what we know.
On my family
Even
altar.
pre-Columbian African presence. What's the evidence? Oral histories and accounts.
That's my
the
bamboo.
14th century
And look what it
Malian
says at the
Abu
bottom.
Bakr II is believed by some historians to have
121-year-old
sailed to the Americas
Charles
decades
man,
before Columbus,
Charles Pueblo,
possibly around
Charles
1311.
Pueblo.
Mansa Musa,
That
his
didn't say
successor,
Charles, New
mentioned that
Mexico.
Abu Bakr led an expedition with hundreds of ships across the Atlantic, never to return.
Okay.
This theory suggests
And this is
intentional
an
West
actual
African exploration,
headdress from
not
my
accidental
family.
arrival.
Yeah.
Right here
Columbus's
behind
own
me.
observations.
Yeah.
Columbus wrote in his journals that
This
native
was
people
made,
spoke
if
of
I show you the
black-skinned people
fabric
who had
that's on
come
the
from
other
the
side,
south
you
or
know it was
southeast,
made from the
possibly by sea.
1800s.
Yeah.
Bartolomé de las Casas, a Spanish priest and historian, also wrote about indigenous reports of African-looking visitors. Olmec heads
This
and
is the
African
altar
features.
of the
The
ancestors.
ancient Olmec
Yeah.
civilization, around 1200 BCE, in present-day Mexico, left behind colossal stone heads
Yeah,
with
the Olmec
negroid
heads.
facial features. While some mainstream scholars argue these are native features, others suggest they reflect
as a part
African
of the altar
contact or
itself.
influence. However, This remains debated and has not been definitively proven.
In my garden, shit.
Cultural
When
and
I say I'm
linguistic
fucking
evidence.
indigenous, I
Some
am, 'cause
researchers
I
have
still
noted
have so
similarities
much going
between
into
West
me.
African and Mesoamerican symbols, words, and spiritual practices. Certain indigenous groups have legends of foreign seafarers with dark skin. Number who supports this view. Scholars like Ivan van Sertima, author of They Came Before Columbus, argue persuasively for African contact with the Americas, citing cultural diffusion, trade routes, and archaeology. Afrocentric historians and researchers have long maintained that Africans were part of the global maritime world long before European dominance.
We invented the
Why
maritime
this
world
history is
because we
contested
knew
or
about the
suppressed.
sea and how
Mainstream
to
Western
respect
historiography has
Mauritius.
traditionally minimized or dismissed non-European exploration. Accepting African pre-Columbian presence would challenge Eurocentric narratives of discovery, superiority, and colonial legitimacy.
What do they say Native Americans
some
have always
people, if
done?
you tell
We've
them
always
that we
respected
were in
nature,
this
right?
land already, they dismiss
Okay,
it,
so
don't want to
get
hear
this.
it. Even if there's
Respecting the
evidence, they don't want
Orishas
to hear it.
was
They want to
respecting
be from
nature.
West Africa.
We knew the
you
same
know,
stories
and
as the
I
West
say if
Africans,
they
but
want to be
we
from West
regarded
Africa,
it
then
in a
let them be
different
from
way on
West
this
Africa.
land.
And
look how dark
anybody
those
else, if
natives are.
you believe that we were in the Americas, which I believe we were really technically everywhere in this world. We were the
They
first
look
ones
just like
on the
me.
planet, which makes sense. We would have navigated the entire globe prior to these Johnny come latelys that we're looking at every day.
And look at the
They certainly
fireheads on
was
all
not
of
here
them.
first.
When they be up there trying to talk
So
about,
why
you know,
is it
big
far-fetched
forehead people, I
to
know that
believe
they're
that
native.
we were already here?
Yeah, we were already here.
You know, I guess
What was
there's
being
a
said?
lot of people that believe the Africa story
Show me
told
what,
to us
yeah, show me
by
what
white
ship
people.
to prove that story. Just show me one.
I'm just saying. So you're going to have to tell me what you think about the
we'll tell
answer
you.
that Chat GPT has given, saying there were people in this land and they give a description of what they look like. They look like us. All right?
Yeah,
They
he
look just
believe
like
it.
us.
Oh well.
That's who was in the
He
land.
want to die on that hill, he can die on that hill.
So just tell me, do you believe that, or you believe the story told to us by Gentiles being brought over here from Africa? Please leave your comment and subscribe.
All right, sis, let's dissect this real quick. So, ChatGPT told us who was the first Americans before Columbus, and I agree with ChatGPT. It's spot on with what it was saying. You're muted, sis. You're muted. You're muted, sis. Sister B, you're muted.
My bad. If the Rothschilds and other elites were trying to reset society, right?
Yeah.
Look, I'm not reaching. If I am reaching, somebody comment and let me know. But
you right on point.
Okay, now listen. If the Rothschilds and other elites went to the extremes of killing their own people, like in the Titanic and all that shit, other people that were trying to stop the Federal Reserve, right?
Yeah.
If they were really willing to rewrite history, think about the Cabbage Patch children that I was just telling you about, the white orphans, right?
Yeah.
And then this new narrative that they push to the indigenous here, that we were brought here and we went through so much trauma. Now, mind you, if you are a orphan slave child and you get this trauma about how your family came from Africa and this and this and that, and you were separated from them.
Yeah.
Instead of hearing that you were actually your parents were on the land, that the
Right.
same land you were still on, mind you.
Right.
Because get this, they were telling these children the same fucking stories. They could have been right around their parents.
Mm-hmm.
But their parents, at the risk of not being killed, couldn't even acknowledge their children. That's why, okay, we ended up having so many what they call ghetto names to this day. It came
Yeah, well,
instinctively for us to name our children something very unique so they could never claim our child.
And one of the letters that we used a lot was the Q, because the European didn't
Yes.
use Q. So we got
Yes.
the Quan, we got Shaniqua.
Yes, all of the cues. Do you understand?
Yeah.
And it was protection. Just like braids were protection.
Yeah,
They were maps.
And they were maps. Yeah, they were maps and they were
we were so in tune with nature that we realized that guess what? Freedom paths came from sometimes roots from trees.
Yep. That's where the hoodoo come in.
Yes. That's where it's not even hoodoo, it's the connection with nature.
Yeah. But I'm saying like we got our own form of voodoo and it's called hoodoo.
Exactly. And they love to call it that, but it's actually just a sovereign connection.
Yeah.
A sovereign connection. They would consider me a root worker, a witch, or whatever. Am I, bro?
A bruja.
Or do I use what I know to help?
You're good. Use it to help and heal people.
I'm not a hexer. Never been a hexer.
Right.
However, if you cross me, yes, the ancestral bloodline I come from, they don't play that type of shit. They will get at you.
Right.
Even if I forgive you.
You will get that ABK.
You will. You know what I'm saying? Anybody can get it.
Well, the ABK, it stands for anybody can get it, but it also stands for anti-black karma.
Yeah, but do you see what I'm saying? It's honestly anybody can get it because it can be your own people that you are related to that aren't your spiritual people.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Like they are so stuck in their spiritual ways or family curses or whatever that they don't, you know what I'm saying, know how to function.
Yeah.
They see you actually elevating and breaking generational curses and they don't like that because that's been their excuse as to why they've been able to live the way that they've lived.
Right. So getting back to what ChatGPT said, it said it was a theory that we were brought over here on slave ships, and like you said, where's the ships? Can it show you?
Just one. Just show me one. That's all I'm asking, like for real. Dead ass. Just show me one that wasn't drawn because they had the slave ships drawn, right? Yeah. That shows that it was an idea.
Right.
That shows that might have been a lie idea.
But they didn't have the capacity.
They don't have the proof.
They don't have the proof, and they don't.
Listen, if you can find bits and pieces of Noah's Ark on Mount Ararat, supposedly, if you guys can find them type of pieces of ships, if you guys can find the Titanic, fucking sank. If you can find all these ships at the bottom of the ocean, you mean to tell me you couldn't find me one slave ship, my nigga?
That's because they didn't exist.
They never have. And when the boats that they did transport us on were literally just transatlantic.
And they were cargo
ships. They
ships.
were taking us from one state to the next on a boat just so physically we couldn't map out where the fuck we were. Right. Do you see what I'm saying? To be able to escape.
Mm-hmm.
They knew that they had to take us by water.
Yep.
That's the only reason why we were ever on the water in a boat. And guess what? It wasn't even it would be like a cruise right about now.
Yeah.
At least 7 days. That's it.
At least. Well, back then it would take 90 days.
No, that's what I'm saying. It wasn't from another fucking continent.
Right.
It was literally from like Mississippi to Texas.
Yep. And you could take the Mississippi.
That you can take that cruise ship in 2 days.
Yeah.
That was the shit that they were talking about as far as transporting us on boats.
Yeah. And then getting to this part about who was originally here. They always tell us it was these red side.
No. The 14th Amendment told on itself.
Yeah, it did.
The 14th Amendment told on itself.
Mm-hmm.
The writers told on themselves.
Yeah.
When you say the indigenous people of a land and you don't include yourself in it, that lets me know that you weren't there.
Right.
You weren't there. And they always like to tie us to African American, right? Why? Because we're the same skin tone.
That's why I've never resonated with that.
Guess what? If you go to Africa right now, certain parts right now, they'll could call you a Mzungu just as quickly as they'll call a white person.
They'll call you a Mzungu. They'll call you a Nakata. They'll call you a Juru.
All of that. Do you understand? They know you're not them.
They'll call you a foreigner with the quickness.
And so they know you're not them.
Right. And we know people, both me
and
Al-Kebalon.
And people think that immigration laws is getting bad here. Trust and believe in every other country or continent. If you're not like them, baby, you will get deported.
With the quickness.
Before us.
Right. Well, we can't.
They're very strict about that.
That's the thing. That's the thing, though. See, these Latinos, they thought that we was gonna get deported. That's why they voted for Trump. And
the dumb thing about it is like I said, they even know the real Mexicans, because they're a part of the 14th Amendment as well. Yeah. You understand? They were actually covered under the Aboriginal law here too.
Yeah, like the Makados.
Exact. Oh, okay. But once they branched off through white indoctrination, no, we're not standing up for y'all like that. Right. Okay, but guess what? If Trump really gets that shit motherfucking like cleared, there's a lot of motherfuckers that's gonna be coming back.
Yeah.
And they're gonna be coming back mad at who?
At us.
Black people. Nope. Black people, because they feel like we didn't stand up for them when they stood up for us when we were running from slavery.
No.
A lot of people forget that. No, we did run to them. Some of us did run to Mexico and were protected.
Yeah, but that was after Vicente Guerrero.
But we were protected, though.
We were up until a point, and then they
dead ass. Up until they actually adapted Western paternal fucking clan ways. You see what I'm saying? Aside from that, they did protect us. Yeah, so that's the reason why I can understand somewhat resentment, but no, if you've adapted to these people's ways, how can you resent now?
No, but this is what you voted for, though.
That's why I said you adapted to these people's ways, and now you want to be mad now that when we were united, it was on a different front.
These the same ones.
Because we realized who the enemy was. Right. But now that you're in bed with the enemy, what the fuck do I look like fucking with you?
A damn fool. And these are the same ones that told us they had black fatigue and that
hey, you know, guess what? Guess what? The brown beret ancestors are rolling over in their graves. Because honestly, they really were with us. The brown
For a time,
families were actually with us.
The Puerto Ricans, yeah.
No, like I said, the brown beret families. And I mean, that's Puerto Rican, that's Mexican. They even united. Because they don't even like each other. They united along with the Black Panthers. That was the brown beret.
Yeah, that was short-lived though, sis. And then they straight up told us, LULAC told us,
the reason why it was short-lived, is because they were granted more opportunities.
It was short-lived because they
It was just like when the black man and the black woman were standing together. Once the black woman got offered more opportunities, she was willing to put the man out of the house.
They try to make it seem like they was walking side by side, hand by hand with us. They were not doing that. What they were
They
doing,
weren't, but they also did have our backs in certain neighborhoods.
In certain neighborhoods, okay, you got individual ones.
I can honestly say that. No, dead ass. I can honestly say that. I have family that grew up out in LA. My aunt Teresa, I'm not trying to put her out here like that, but my aunt Teresa grew up out in LA. Do you understand? She knew that she, on my great grandfather's side, on my grandpa's side, like not my grandma's side, they're Alones.
Yeah, they're Aloni Indians.
Because they came from Khalifa.
Yeah.
Like, so they're Alones. My aunt knew she was Alone, and she was in it used to be an all black neighborhood, but ended up being a predominant Mexican neighborhood. And so when she was there, she let them know exactly who she was, everything like that. Do you know that they held that woman down? Because they was like, you know what I'm saying? How we're even tied to each other.
Yeah, but see, she wasn't Mexican.
But she knew how the Mexicans were tied to the Alones.
Yeah. Well, when it was
and them children actually knew, and they knew certain things that she was saying was fact, and they respected that woman.
Yeah, she's an individual though. The collective of them.
If we knew that type of shit though, do you understand? Like, I'm fortunate. I am very fortunate to come from a family that I know is very indigenous on my mother's side.
Yeah.
And I know 3 tribes I belong to on my mother's side.
Okay.
On my father's side, I'm fortunate enough to know my Haitian culture.
Yeah.
Do you see what I'm saying? But like,
you would still be considered FBA. You just be like half FBA.
But no, this is the whole thing. I never got to identify really with that side of the family like that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Unless they were teaching me spiritually, because they knew I was a shaman on both sides.
Yeah.
They knew my spiritual gift on both sides of my family.
Yeah.
I'm one of the youngest elders in my family.
Yeah.
For that reason, I remember certain things that I shouldn't even fucking remember, and my elders will call me and ask me about it.
Right.
Just because they're like, oh well, Bianca remembers.
The memory of an elephant. We both got memories of an elephant.
No memory.
Yeah.
My ancestors have passed me down memory.
Yeah.
I remember things before I was even fucking born.
Well, this ain't the first rodeo for us. We've been here several times.
So that's why I'm saying I don't like it when people try and generalize everything to where it's about race and this and that. Okay, get this. Yes, it is to a certain extent, because a certain people will be saved.
Yeah.
It's already been prophesied. A certain people will be saved. However, What I will say is if you are very aware of your lineage, then you're fortunate. If you are not, get aware.
Right.
If not, and you don't want to be aware, you can easily deteriorate like everybody else. That don't think that your skin, your melanin is going to protect you.
Right.
Because judgment is here. The divine feminine is here.
Mm-hmm.
And because Nibiru is so bright, they will burn up anything that's not vibrating right.
Right.
So are we really gonna have to worry about reparation wars? No.
No.
We're not. Because it's already happening.
Yep.
Natural disasters. Nature has always gotten rid of all of its parasites.
Yep, it sure has.
Whether it's through flood, fire,
Mm-hmm. Well, the planet's alive and it don't like what's happening to it, so it's gonna protect itself. It's gonna cleanse itself.
I feel terrible. Prayers to go out to, and don't think that I don't feel for anybody who's going through this shit.
But this is what y'all voted for.
Is that there is a cleansing going on. There is.
The Orange Tangerine said he was going to deport people. So I don't know why acting surprised that they're getting deported.
If you feel like the people that died were righteous, then you know where they're at. If you feel like the people were unjust that died, you know that you got justice. I don't know how else to put it, but nature will always fix itself. And if certain people have become the fucking parasite, she will wipe them out.
Yep, she sure will. Gaia will wipe them out.
My nature has never failed us in that aspect.
Right. Alrighty. Did you have anything else to say about what ChatGPT had to say?
Fuck that robot. You know I don't fuck with robots like that, dude. Fuck them.
Well, the robot.
The only thing that they want to do is communicate with us to collect information. Like, dude, fuck that. If you've been created, what do I look like asking you about some shit?
Because it's a supercomputer, and it has.
If you've been created, what do I look like asking you about some shit?
Just to see what you're gonna say.
Fuck no. I could ask the creator.
Yeah. You could do
For all that, I could have a deep conversation with the creator of GPI or GPH or GP chat or whatever the fuck. I could have a deep conversation with the creator of it.
Yeah.
But what the fuck do I look like talking to something that was created and asking fucking questions? That's like me shaking an 8-ball and asking what my life destiny is gonna be. The fuck out of here. It's created.
Yeah.
It's created.
It is.
Which means it might even be programmed to have certain answers. Get the fuck out of here, dude. I don't know. I don't fuck around like that. If I want to know the truth, guess what I learned to do when I was young?
Read.
Look in encyclopedias. Look into... These children nowadays don't even know what the fucking encyclopedia look like if it hit them in the face.
Damn, that's horrible.
They're only gonna say you smacked them with a book. You smacked me with a book. You don't even know what this book is.
Yeah, because they used to everything on a tablet or a computer.
No, everybody is used to immediate answers.
Yeah, that too.
Instead of looking it up.
Yeah.
Taking the fucking time and patience to actually look up some shit and read it for yourself will definitely give you your own discernment on it.
Yeah. Alrighty.
People don't want to think for themselves anymore, and they love blaming the government for every fucking thing. Bitch, think for yourself.
Right. Think it's not illegal yet.
Not yet. Not yet. But we have also seen movies like a Minority Report that let us know that thinking might be illegal later on.
Yeah,
Free thinking.
That cut
Free
your chip off.
thinking.
That cut your chip off. Those of y'all that got the jabby jab, they're gonna cut your chip off.
Well, yeah, that's the reason why, man, ain't nobody sticking me with shit. I stick it to them.
Right. All right, so I'm gonna get to the last topic, sis, and that is Tariq Nasheed really the reason people are delineating? I said we was
Okay, wait, before we start this, I got a little question about my boy Tariq, right?
Yeah. I was just chopping it up with him the other
Okay,
day.
no, because I seen another little clip recently where he kind of like outed like an immigrant trying to sell him some shit in New York. You know what I'm saying? And it was like almost like exposing Africans or whatever, but
yeah,
I didn't like it. And I'm gonna tell you why I didn't like it.
okay,
The reason why I didn't like that shit is that in that little New York area that he was at,
yeah,
nigga, I know some Arabs, I know some Asians done tried to sell you some bootleg shit, all of that shit.
yeah.
Why expose the African that was doing it?
I think he exposed the African because he got the tethers that be calling in and they be talking shit about us.
That shit was weird though. You feel me? It was hella weird though, bro. I didn't like that shit. Cause it was like as pro black as you are, like you could have said it a different way, like not right now, you know, my guy or something like
I don't know. Like, the tethers be working his nerves, so he probably took it out
I
on
felt like that shit was very exploitive, and I didn't like it.
Yeah.
I did.
I don't agree with 100% of what Tariq does.
Well, if you agree with that, I don't like that though, bro. You see what I'm saying? So at least say you only agree with 99%. Nick, I don't like that type of shit though.
Yeah.
There was no reason for all of that. You could have just told bro to move around.
Yeah, that's true.
Dead ass. Cause you woulda you ain't going to expose everybody's motherfucking hustle that you was walking past before he walked up to you. And where he was at, dead ass, there's plenty of other vendors.
Yeah.
You could have exposed everybody if you really felt like that, but you didn't. You exposed him.
Yeah.
So that's why I felt some type of way. Like, hey man, there was no need for all of that. You could have just told bro to move around. You was filming.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. And so, like, no disrespect to him, no love lost, but I would love some understanding on why he would do something like that, you know, because there was no reason to. You could have just told bro to move around.
I don't know. Maybe he'll explain it in this clip.
We'll see.
It's a very long clip, so
we'll see. Look, I got the patience if it means him explaining some shit.
Oh yeah, he definitely gonna be explaining some shit.
I'm talking about what I was talking about though.
Oh, I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. Like
whole clip yet, so I don't know.
Well, let's fuck around and find out.
Y'all do. So it's almost it's almost like orgasmic or something with y'all tethers with the lion. Y'all almost get off on that shit. What's with that? We were having a discussion about that earlier about how y'all like to lie. It's almost like a sexual thing. What's up with that?
Well, lying is Tariq culture. I mean, you know, it's I'm Tariq and I say that's your code.
So he
no. What did I lie about?
Anyway, So
that's
like
what
I
I
said,
thought. That's what I thought. Nothing.
I
But go
don't
ahead.
like that part.
you're a
Like,
baby, dude. You know you're a compulsive liar, and it's sad.
What did I lie
But
about?
that's bullshit.
I'm not gonna play this game with you
because you're lying now. You're just saying stuff. You're a musty.
You know
tether.
how it works with you,
Right?
You're a musty
Troll
tether, and
like
you
a
say stuff.
motherfucker.
Now, what else? You've already established yourself as a lying.
There will never be a moment
Coming in with an
where
attention
Tariq
getter.
Nasheed
Shut
sets
the
up and
fuck
says,
up.
"No, what I said was wrong. I'm not right. That was incorrect."
What did I lie about? Where's the lie? Why? You're silent for a reason, Musty Tether.
Yeah, don't be a
You're
dick. Like,
silent for a
don't be a
reason. I
bitch
ain't
after
lying.
you
That's why
call
y'all
it. You
tethers are so
call
bent
some
out of
shit
shape.
like that out.
I'm
Don't be a
telling the
bitch.
truth.
I'm not lying.
I'm telling the truth about you, musty Negroes. That's the problem. Y'all don't like it, right?
Okay, folks, just watch this. Okay, so again, my question: your boy Flacco, would you consider him a tether?
Poetic Flacco?
You know who Flacco is, sis.
Tell him Flacco does some tether
Why
shit.
would he
I've
even
gotten on
bring that
Flacco's
into the
case.
conversation? That ain't got shit to do with Tariq.
So yes or no? Do you consider Flacco a
Flacco
tether?
has done tether stuff, but I'm cool with Flacco. I don't
So
like.
hold on.
I don't like.
That's why I'm saying, like, you can't
answer the
just bring
question.
people.
I'm cool
Nigga,
with
you was
Flacco.
accusing
I
him
don't like them
of
having
being a liar.
suspected
Talk
agents
about
up
me,
there at
my
No
nigga.
Jumper though.
You was,
That's
but you gonna
other shit that I
jump
ain't
to
doing.
another nigga's issue?
That I ain't feeling
I'm
that.
not. Look,
That's why I ain't
what I
feeling like
eat
that.
don't make
They got
nobody
some
else
straight up
shit. So
people
what
who
the
are
fuck is you
suspected
talking
agents
about?
up there
Exactly.
at No Jumper.
That's stupid.
But I
This
ain't cool with
nigga's
that. That
stupid.
got folks locked up.
I agree.
Allegedly, I don't say allegedly. But anyway,
So that's your man's. That's your man's.
I'm cool with
You
Shut
don't
it.
the
consider him a
fuck up. Like,
musty,
you're
dirty, fat
really
ass
just
tether.
reaching.
I
You're
didn't say
trying to
that.
find
Now you
something to
project. I
tie
didn't say that
in
about
whatever
that.
you were saying about him
I
being
didn't
a
say that
liar.
about that, man. So
Unless
what
you
are you
got
talking about? You're
legitimate,
just
nigga,
babbling now.
fuck
So
your
why are you
feelings.
babbling? What are you
Facts
talking
is
about?
facts.
Right.
I don't even know if I want to hear all of this
You don't
shit.
really have an argument.
I didn't say that you did. I asked, do you feel that way?
You don't have an
Hey,
argument. You
if
just
I was Tariq,
I
I would have
asked you a
been
question.
hugged
You
up
saying
on
that
his
I
ass.
said that? No, I'm
okay.
asking
I'm okay.
you.
You're talking like a woman.
I never
You
said that you
already
said
know.
that.
You get out of here.
Exactly.
I'm
You
not gonna
talking
talk in
like a
circles with
woman,
no
my
musty
nigga.
ass tether. You ain't saying nothing. You just in here
He
talking in
is.
circles.
Cause you dancing around the whole
Because I
fucking
always want
issue.
somebody
Like,
to
nigga, if you
acknowledge
really got an
your
issue, bring up the
bum
fucking
ass.
issue you got.
Ain't nobody
Shit or get off
thinking
the pot.
about you.
Stop fucking with me.
Nobody's checking for you. Y'all just want somebody to acknowledge you.
Hey man, I'm an asshole in so many aspects.
Let me say this.
But I'm also,
you know,
I'm a very
trending.
feminine woman.
In some
But
places I'm trending.
this
Did
is a
y'all see
little too
that?
feminine even for me.
Right.
Like,
I
nigga,
got on X
get
about
to the
30 minutes
point.
ago. My ass was trending. Hey, there's a few threads about me. Y'all see that? I don't know if I'm still trending now on Twitter. But there's a thing where the tethers all get online because foundational Black Americans by the millions all over the country are delineating. Foundational Black Americans are saying, hey, wait a minute, we're not continental Africans. We're saying that as a unified front. We're embracing our foundational Black American heritage unapologetically, all across the board. In film, our good brother Ryan Coogler. In R&B and country, our good Queen Mother Beyonce. Embracing her foundational Black
I'd rather
American
say
culture.
K.
Our great
Michelle
brother,
than
even in hip hop.
Beyonce. What the fuck?
Kendrick Lamar.
Well, she just
embracing his foundation.
Listen, K. Michelle shit sounds more country
Not
than
Like Us.
Beyonce's.
That's
I
a
don't give a fuck.
foundational Black American anthem,
Beyonce won the
ladies and
award,
gentlemen.
though.
It just went diamond.
I don't give a fuck. She won that
Shout
because she
out
bought it.
to our brother
Too
Kendrick.
satanic
Round of
motherfucking
applause
riches.
for Kendrick. The biggest
And
diss
we're
record
not gonna,
in rap history. That
hey,
is the
pause
biggest
this
diss
shit,
record
bro.
in rap history.
Pause
The
it
first
now.
diss
I'm not a
record
Beehive
to
supporter.
win a Grammy.
Pause the video, bro.
Win multiple.
We're not gonna acknowledge motherfucking Satanists. Okay? If Tariq Nasheed decides to, you know what I'm saying, bring them up, so be it. But what I do know is that on this motherfucking platform, there are no idols, no nothing over here.
Right.
They ain't did shit over here for us.
Right.
So fuck that. I'm not even bringing them motherfuckers to the forefront like they're not a part of Hollywood.
Yeah.
They're a part of all the fucking shenanigans. They're a part of all the shit. So fuck Beyonce. He would have been better bringing up K Michelle, like I said.
He brought her up because she's been
I
embraced.
know, but country music wise, he would have been better even bringing up K Michelle.
But she didn't
Because
win.
she actually
She didn't win
grew
the
up
award.
in the fucking country music scene.
Yeah, but she didn't win the award.
Fuck that. I don't give a fuck. You would have bringing up somebody more authentic. This bitch paid for that shit with blood sacrifices.
Well, what he's referencing, I think, sis, is her embracing her American heritage.
Oh, racing. But guess what? She's taking and killing children just the same as these white motherfuckers.
Well, yeah, but that doesn't take away from her embracing her
No,
American
yes it
heritage.
does. Yes it does. It entirely takes away from it because you're playing their game.
Well, yeah, she is playing their
No,
game.
fuck that. Fuck
And,
her. And
right.
I don't even, if he's gonna glorify that shit, I got a whole nother problem with
I
Tariq.
think he's just saying
Because
that
that's bullshit.
he's just I don't think he's glorifying it. I think he's just saying she's embracing her American heritage.
Okay, but she also did what she said, Creole and Alabama and all you nigga, she said that shit before she even made any country music.
Yeah, she did do that.
So fuck that. Don't acknowledge her like that.
Well, I didn't even acknowledge her. He did.
No, I'm saying we're not going to.
Right.
Because this bitch is only capitalizing off of motherfucking revenues that she saw were untapped.
Yeah, that's true.
And still using blood sacrifice to get what the
But
fuck she
listen,
wants.
Okay, well, let's see what else she got to say. Hopefully, he don't bring her up again.
Okay.
millions of foundational Black Americans are delineating, and not to harm anybody. We're just recognizing our unique ethnogenesis. We're recognizing it and respecting it, and we're calling out, ladies and gentlemen, all the disrespect that's been happening for so long. And what we're seeing now, see, the Tethers tried to play this game where they tried to downplay the momentum of the delineation movement. They tried to lie to themselves. Oh, this sheet is only on Twitter. This is some Twitter sheet. It's only on the internet. No, that's you lying to yourself. Now, people see that foundational Black Americans are not allowing ourselves to be generic Africans only to be exploited by all of these other groups. We're not letting that happen no more. Those days are over. Smacker, cracker, whatever your name is. Those days are over. You know it. That's why
I
you're
knew
salty.
them
You're
days
probably
was over when
traveling
I saw
in
my head
circles.
texture.
Those days are over. You're not leeching off us no more. Everybody's going to have to pull their weight. Everybody's going to have to hold their own nuts. When weird stuff happens, we say, hey, wait a minute, that dude, he ain't us. That's, don't put him on us. Don't know. We're not to blame for that. His last name is foreign. That ain't us. We're distancing ourselves from riffraff behavior. With this Ebony thing, you have people by the droves criticizing Ebony for the tethering of the essence. Not Ebony, but Essence. I'm in Essence.
You hear about the Essence Fest and what went down with the Essence Fest, sis?
No, I didn't. However, what I will say is that where they decided to hold it, I already knew that there was going to be some energy compatibility, right?
Oh, big time. They held it in the NO.
Exactly. Do you understand? Now, Louisiana has its own fucking energy because it still fucking holds native fucking blood.
Yeah.
Very tough.
I felt it when
They tried to provide a new energy there from the Super Bowl, up until now. that's why when that shit happened on January 5th, I felt like it was a motherfucking backfire as far as the energy that they tried to instill in Louisiana. You understand that motherfucking car running into all them
Yeah,
people and
you talking about
all that shit.
random people
I
on the
feel
street?
like they're trying to reset like everything, but there's so much native blood and land
Yes.
in certain places
And remember that
that
plantation.
they cannot reset that shit.
And
They can't.
remember Naughty Way burnt to the ground too.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you something. I don't know if this is hella off subject or whatever, but motherfuckers need to really look into what's going on in the Grand Canyon right now.
Oh yeah.
Do you understand? The Grand Canyon holds a lot of pathways to a lot of places in the United States, period.
Yeah. But good luck
The
trying to
shit that we see happening in Texas got something to do with the Grand Canyon. The shit that we see happening in
I don't know.
Louisiana got
I think that's
something to do
in
with the
Texas.
Grand Canyon. The shit
Yeah.
that we are about to see happen in Oklahoma.
Yeah.
And I'm not psychic or anything, but the shit that we're about to see happen in Oklahoma is gonna be motherfucking according to the Grand Canyon as well.
Well,
Um,
I think HARP has something to do with that shit in Texas.
Barb and CERN,
Yeah.
they're trying to combat nature
Yeah.
because nature is trying to reset itself for the divine feminine that's coming in.
Well, I
The
seen the
the
video.
sun, the sun that we know right now is not our real sun. That's Nibiru getting closer.
Mm. Is that why it's feeling hotter?
Nibiru.
Mm.
We have always been the darker people because we came from a planet that
Mm.
had more heat,
Mm.
which was Nibiru.
Mm. So you're saying that we're Anunnaki children?
Nibiru has more heat than the sun, okay?
Interesting.
And we lived
Brown
there.
dwarf. A brown dwarf?
Our ancestors lived there once upon a time.
Yeah, the Anunnaki.
They lived on Nibiru,
Yeah. And then they
which
came.
is why our skin can tolerate sun on this earth the way it does.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right, let's see what else Tariq got to say.
Gathering of the Essence Fest and how they basically culturally vandalized it to a certain degree.
Oh, I forgot to give you the update. So the Essence Fest, they had the Essence Fest last week, and or earlier this week. Is it this week or last week?
Yeah.
And the owners of Essence aren't FBA. One of them is from Liberia, and the other one is from Kenya. And
So they tried to implement a lot of African culture into the Essence Festival.
Correct.
And it wasn't accepted properly.
No, it wasn't. And
it shouldn't be. And it shouldn't be. You want to know why?
Because it's not for them.
No, listen. Essence literally was named Essence based on us still trying to hold on to our history here.
Exactly.
It was the essence of our spirits that created Essence.
Yep.
That means there was a memory. Do you know what essence means? People don't really keep in mind vocabulary and the strength of it. When you use a word like essence for a magazine, it's to show that we are reflecting on who we once were.
Yeah.
Or, trying to hold on to who we once were.
Right.
That's what essence means. So if it doesn't have the essence of how it originally started, no, it's not the right essence.
No, it's
You
not.
got me fucked up.
And they tried to do a jambalaya versus jollof rice competition.
Are you kidding me?
No, I wish I was, but no, they tried to
Oh,
do
are
it.
you kidding me though? Jambalaya versus Jollof. Let me tell you something. First and foremost, that is putting culture against culture, and that's stupid.
Yep, but that's what they were doing.
That's stupid. And for them to even come up with that kind of competition shows the classism
Yeah,
that still runs rampant, even when they're the same color as us. Skin folk ain't kin folk.
yep. Shout out to Zora Neale Hurston.
There's no reason why we should be still in a situation where we're comparing cultures when the reason why all of our ancient native tribes were able to thrive and be around each other was our differences.
Yep, it was. All right, let's.
We had gathering fucking tribes. We had hunter tribes.
Yep.
We had, and you understand, like, these were tribes that kept everything functioning because we knew our roles, we knew our titles, we knew what bloodline we came from,
Yep.
and we honored that.
Yep, we so did.
And our names determined who we were gonna be.
Yep. You're right. All right, let's see what else Tariq got to say.
Everybody's calling that out. So the tethers are getting real nervous. They're getting very, very nervous. They start trying to blame me. But listen, let me tell you something. I don't blame me. I was just one of the first to point all of those shenanigans out.
Right.
Because I saw it decades ago. Instead of them taking responsibility for their damn anti-FBA shenanigans that they've been having going on for the past decades.
Right.
They want to sit up and try to point the finger and blame me and the government got you niggas hitting us.
No. Look, Rwanda and the Tutsi versus who?
action.
No, that's what got y'all motherfucking indoctrinated.
Yeah.
For real. Them type of wars. Apartheid got you like that.
Yep. Colonialism in general got them like that.
Exactly. That's why I said the apartheid got them like that. What the fuck are you talking about?
Right. Oh, let me play it.
And let me tell you something. Remember, on social media, these people really got that anti-Black American vibe going. Really online, you started to see it online heavily around 2012, right around that time. They've always, a lot of them always did it a little secretly. They had this contempt. They would have all these little conversations with each other, stay away from the Akada. They would say this at home and in private.
Of course,
We didn't
and the
know about it.
Akada is us.
But when social media start popping, especially Twitter in particular, because that's when people could really just tweet whatever random thoughts you had. Yeah. Whereas, social media like MySpace,
Look, it's
wasn't quite the
anonymous.
same.
Everybody
Twitter,
can
you
say
can
what
just
the
spit
fuck
out
they
any random
want.
thought very quickly.
That's when
And
you
you can
see
interact with
people
people more fluently, and you can get more comfortable within your
when
circles
people
on
don't
Twitter.
have to be
So
accountable.
around that time, 2012, right when Obama was in office, right when some of the
Accountability is a hell of a
uprising
drug.
started to happen right after Trayvon Martin and all that, we start seeing the tether class on social media denigrating us. A lot of folks weren't catching it, because they would use little words like akata, and at the time, a lot of FBAs just didn't know what that meant.
But I
Yeah,
do.
we were watching these folks. And see the rise of the grassroots movement around 2012, when we were fighting against police brutality. Then they rebranded that Black Lives Matter. See, that gained momentum 2012, 2013, and a lot of African and Caribbean immigrants. They felt a lot of pressure to kind of distance themselves from what they perceived as the loud, radical, overly aggressive Black activist. You see. So we're fighting in the streets, trying to confront these race soldiers, and these tethers, they wanted proximity to whiteness, so they would be on the back end, like, oh yeah, you see that Negro over there with the Molotov cocktail? That ain't me now. I'm not like that nigga. They'd be behind the scenes making little deals, like,
backroom
I'm
deal,
not like him. I'm not gonna
motherfuckers.
give you no trouble like that.
You understand? Backroom deal, motherfuckers.
You feel me? We saw them. I mean, we saw them in real time, and then all of a sudden, we start getting these weirdos that didn't nobody know pop up as the spokespersons. Like, yes, my name is such and such, and
endorsements for indoctrination.
Cleveland.
Indoctrination
and
ambassadors.
I say trans
That's what we
lives
meant.
matter too, and immigrants matter. We're like, huh? What the
Dead
hell?
ass.
Yep. Well, he's talking about.
We start seeing all that weird stuff, and then the organization Black Lives
that's
Matter.
why I'm saying people that we didn't even know.
These non-FBA women
Indoctrination ambassadors.
as the leaders, but nobody knew them. We don't know them. We're like, who are they?
IA. Fuck AI, nigga. They were IA.
We're telling you how this stuff started to play out. So they knew, these folks knew that they were going to make a little side deal with the white supremacists while we were out there in the streets turning up. They were in the back channel
did the
making
original
like,
Native Americans that were Siberian.
Spokespersons for these folks. You elevate us, we'll be the mouthpiece, and then we're going to redirect all of the energy. So if a Black person gets killed, we're going to show up to the protest twerking and then
any type of indigenous version of us, they're always going to try and put another face over.
Because, you know, we've been protesting for over a decade.
No, for real. They're always going to try and put another face over us.
Yeah, but what he's saying is these people were showing up to the damn protest twerking and shit. Like,
exactly. But look, the reason why they were doing that is because they wanted to put another face on us.
And it was like, where the fuck did this motherfucker come from? Like, who the hell sent you? Like,
this isn't us. This isn't how we propel ourselves into society.
Right.
All of that. Do you understand? So this is what I'm saying. It is indoctrination, literally, like at ambassadors.
Yeah.
They want for. I mean, look at Zeus. Perfect example. That whole network, they want our people to be ratchet, unwifeable, any of that. Do you understand?
Yeah.
And it's named after Greek shit.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
So this is what we have to really keep in mind as a people. Vocabulary is imperative.
Yeah.
You can bless and curse your own damn life with vocabulary.
That's why it's called spelling.
Exactly. And why when you're in court you're summoned.
Yep. You're summoned.
Do you understand? Summoning anything is summoning a spirit.
You're right. Exactly.
So this is the vocabulary that we've been indoctrinated to use.
Yeah.
Which is honestly like keeping ourselves in bondage. It is. So when I listen to Tariq Nasheed say so many things, he may be very truthful about certain things, but his vocabulary is like, are you really trying to free anybody? Because you should be saying more affirmative wording. Your wording should be way different if you're trying to, educate, elevate, and alleviate any type of problems.
Right. All right, let me play it.
Seeing this stuff in real time. And then when they get on social media, some of these folks, they would talk greasy about foundational Black Americans. They talk real greasy about us. Right. Man, y'all go back and look at some of the tweets from like 2012 to around 2018.
I get it, but look, facts trumps feelings.
These people were so comfortable talking greasy about
feelings. So, like, why are we even paying attention to what they're saying?
About us.
Because they're all
we up here on some, we got to fight for our brothers
I
and
get
sisters.
it,
We
but
on some,
their mouth is just their mouth, and if everything else is still showing up facts trump fiction,
yanks and just everything. Right. Yeah, and they benefited.
Shut the fuck up sometimes and let them learn on their own.
Yeah, they're gonna.
We were on the front line taking risks.
They will learn on their own. That's what I'm saying. Sometimes we need to just shut the fuck up about certain shit.
Yeah, they call in and bring the
killed our brother, man. I mean, we had folks losing their lives out here. Yeah, I'm being targeted with all types of shit. We out here risking our damn lives.
Well, that's true.
We see these immigrant groups reaping the benefits of it.
Look, I told people everything I fucking went through, Jesse. You'd be like, dude, you're not even that important. Well, yeah, I am. Apparently,
immigration and hold on, I ain't risking my life for no damn immigration now. Well, what's this shit? That's when I'm like, I got real sensitive to it because I didn't like none of that shit they were doing back then. Because then I'm becoming a target. At that time, man, I was hell on these race soldiers. I'm up here banging on the damn police chief, the prosecutors, making them release people out of jail.
Yep, he was doing all that.
Yeah,
getting people out of custody, getting people.
Which means he should be more compassionate about who he saw.
And then we were getting targets put on our backs.
Do you see?
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden,
the very first issue I even brought up. That's all the more reason why you should have been more compassionate.
What is this shit? I said, hold on, man. Hold on. Especially with that Botham Jean thing.
Yeah, that was horrible.
Their family up there hugging the woman all in court. I said, man, hold on, man.
I'm sorry, I'm not forgiving my motherfucking family's killers. I'm going out like motherfucking Rodney Hilton.
We were on that woman's bumper.
Do you understand? If they take one of mine, I'm taking 3 of theirs.
That's right.
She got convicted, and then Botham Jean's family, they got some money and then put together some kind of scholarship.
Fuck the money, though. This is what everybody needs to get.
Y'all remember that?
It is about justice.
Y'all not gonna sit here and point the finger at me.
Fuck the money.
Tariq made you niggas hate us.
They're making paydays.
We're all supposed to be together.
I get it, but money's not even real.
After we didn't help you get it.
Money's not even real. So what real sorry am I getting from you, motherfucker?
Had me raising my antenna like, hey, man.
If I know that that's all you have to throw at a situation and you think it's done.
We ain't about to be no damn fool out here. We're going to have to get some straightening.
No, I'm out for blood at this point. If you fucking take blood from my family, I'm taking blood from yours.
Because there's too much funny stuff going on with these weirdos.
Dead ass. Fuck the justice. Fuck the fucking money. Fuck the settlement. Fuck all that.
Stuff.
I feel like the only reason why so many people feel like they can get away with some shit is they know that they can throw some money at it.
Yeah.
Niggas, fuck that.
They were real big
if you do something to any of mine, expect for something to be done to something or one of yours.
Everybody black.
That's just real.
Differentiating between anything. But they did that.
I don't care if they try and lock me up after what I just said or not. But nigga, I meant that shit. You touch one of mine, I'm taking 3 of yours.
Money.
Period.
to funnel money over to these white LGBT organizations. So that was a finesse too.
Yeah.
You understand? They were doing all this weird ass stuff.
But
man.
he do that shit.
And
And,
then
and,
they
and
started
look,
getting
because the
these
white man
tether
was the one who
women
started the
who masked
LGBTQ
themselves as
movement.
feminists.
So did.
So they could
It
attack
was a white
foundational Black
man who
American men.
started that
Y'all remember
movement.
Fraudenisha Jones, Jamila Lemieux, and all of them from Ebony. They would write all of this anti-Black FBA male stuff, and they all come
Right.
from different backgrounds.
Yeah.
They're not FBA.
That's why I said the white man started
They
the
were running around here
motherfucking
talking about street harassment, and
LGBTQ
they were
movement.
working with white
It was a white
feministry.
queer.
Come on, y'all don't remember this stuff. I remember because I'm up there in the trenches. These tether
It
women
wasn't
running
until
around here
he
talking
had
about
black
the feminists.
support,
They were
though,
working with white
that he
feminist
went
groups
anywhere.
to try to pass laws to replace stop and frisk because stop and frisk was
But a
unconstitutional.
lot of
So
the
the
black
white feminists, they were
queers
going to help
actually were
out
made
there in
that
these
way
liberal
due
cities.
to
They were going to help
molestation.
the police
Yep,
come up
it's
with
buck
ways to
breaking.
target
I'm just
black
saying,
folks,
let's be
black men
real.
in particular,
Yep.
I'm not gonna
with
question
new
that
laws.
certain
So you're
people,
not going to do
oh,
stop
well,
and
I
frisk,
was
but you
born
can
this
do
way.
street
Okay,
harassment.
whatever.
That was
I'm
the
not
play they
gonna
were going to
question
go
those
for.
people at all.
They
But
were
I'm
going to try
talking
to
to the
criminalize
people that
men
know
speaking to
that
women.
they were diddled with, they
Do
were
y'all
fucked
remember
with,
that?
Yeah.
in order for
Some of
them
y'all
to
might not
be
remember
the
that.
way that they
Come on,
are.
y'all look
Come
back at
on,
the
man.
archives. They had
Don't
this
say it
thing
didn't happen that way.
like you okay, sis, and all that. That's what Tarana Burke and those guys, that's what it kind of morphed into Me Too. And they had another Caribbean, Tarana Burke, as the face of that, as they attacked black men.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? Tarana Burke is Caribbean.
Remember what
Y'all
you
see
said?
this family, it's been a
It's not
play. We've been
mine.
pointing this
It's
shit
not
out.
your job
We
to go
started
to the
seeing
white
a
man.
pattern here. All of these weirdos working with these white supremacist suspects to get these laws out here that target us. It was always these non-FBAs.
When
We
we
started
see the
putting two and
black
two together. We're like, hey
families
man,
that are
there's a
really
common thread here.
prospering,
These
know
people
that
came
they
from
were
different
house
cultures,
Negroes.
and they sit up here and project a lot of weird stuff
I
onto
need
us
for us
so
to
that we can
really
be
keep
targeted.
that in mind.
Yeah,
A
these
lot of
strong,
fraternities and
donkey-faced,
sororities were
mammy
founded by
tether
house
women
Negroes.
who were claiming to be feminists. We're out here talking about, yeah, in places like New York,
Am
the
I
black men
wrong?
be
No.
harassing us on the streets.
They came from
And I
house
knew something
Negro
was up then. I'm
descendants.
like, who?
Yeah.
A lot of
Who
fraternity and
who's
sorority members.
harassing you?
They
I
wanted to
know ain't
make sure
nobody
that
from
they
our
still
culture
had that
harassing you,
protection.
and I'm not even being mean.
House Negro protection.
I'm like, oh, it must be some foreigners or something.
Am I
Then
right?
I knew something
You're
was up.
right.
That's when I started saying, hey, wait
Okay.
a minute, we're gonna have to start
That's the reason why I'll fuck with
looking into
them.
the lineage of
I've been
people here.
invited to be in sororities.
Because I ain't no
Yeah, me
spokesperson for
too.
nobody, but I can speak for foundational Black
No.
American men on one point. Ain't no
If I
FBA
need
brothers trying to
anybody that
sexually
bad in
harass no
life, trust
Tarana
and
Burke.
believe if I don't
Are we
know him,
safe
God will
to
make a
say
way,
that?
or the Most High will make a way
I
for
don't want to put
me to
words in
know
everybody's mouth, brothers. Now, some of y'all might have a donkey fetish. I don't
him. Dead
know.
ass.
So I can't speak for that. But generally, ain't no FBA brothers trying to get at that or sexually harass that. You
Well,
understand?
trust and believe there are certain
So we
men of
started to
certain
see these
power that don't give a fuck.
patterns.
They turn into
And we started to see
babosos
that a
as
lot of
soon as they
these
got it.
immigrants, they made this little unspoken deal with the politicians to kind of act as a replacement. Around 2015, there was a growing unspoken agreement between these African and Caribbean immigrant communities and the liberal political operatives that foundational Black Americans, we'd be culturally and politically replaced by a more compliant class of Black immigrants. And they would choose them for media appearances, nonprofit positions, all of that stuff. So that's why we could never get stuff done in the community. We doing all this stomping and riding, and the resources were like, where the hell are the resources? It's going to these immigrant groups and DACA programs and all of this stuff. I'm like, what the hell? So the name of the game was to reframe what it meant to be Black in America without centering us in it. The the native foundational Black Americans without us being centered in it. They were actively, y'all better understand, they kept trying to redefine what Blackness meant.
Yeah.
With Obama. This was on Obama was in office, remember? Obama was in office. They're trying to rise up Kamala Harris.
I'm still here, sis. I just have to go off camera real quick.
Look, I was about to say
start
we're
seeing
not
this
going
stuff.
into
And
Kamala
at the
Harris because
time,
we already know Kamala
we started
wasn't
seeing the
about
rise
shit,
of this
and she wasn't none of us,
alternative media,
nigga.
like Gossip, Shade
And that's
Room,
what
Media
pissed me off
Takeout.
so much about the Black
All of these
community.
entities,
Period.
World
She
Star,
was not
that would
us.
show extremely
Okay,
negative
we
images
looked
of
at a
foundational
skin
Black
tone.
Americans. They were all run
They
by
knew that we
non-FBA.
would do the same
At
thing
the time,
because we
nobody was
did it
putting
with
two and two
Obama.
together. I
He
started
wasn't
putting
none
two
of
and
us.
two together. I'm like, wait a minute. And I
Do
always
you
say this.
understand?
What
He
made
was
them
not
put
a
two together,
FBA.
these blogs, Madame Noir, that was another one.
No, he wasn't.
These
Obama was
blogs
not
would
a
talk about
FBA.
Black society
I know I'm agreeing with you.
from a hood degenerate
His
perspective. But I would
dad
always
was
see
West
these
African. His
glowing
mom was
stories
white.
about Africa
He
on
was
these
not
shows.
an FBA.
Every time they mentioned Africa, it was always a beautiful,
We did
expensive
the
African
the
wedding.
only
Some
Black
African
president that we
kid just
had
got
that
a
was an
scholarship
FBA
at 3
was in the
universities. All
1800s
would be
during the fucking
glowing. They would just make
transition
glowing
period.
posts about Africa. I said, wait a minute.
And he's
Who are
on
these
the
people?
$2 bill.
Literally right here.
I started asking questions. I started putting two and two together. And what really made me say, hey, something is up.
You a $2
These
bill right
folks,
now.
we had the
And
#1
the
movie
Black
in the world.
president
We
is
had like
in
5
that
#1
picture
movies. Hidden Colors
on
1
the
through
back.
5. That changed the
That's
game.
not nobody taking
As you all
notes
know,
or
we all know
nothing
by
like
now
that,
the
nigga.
Hidden
He was
Colors
sitting at the
series,
table with everybody else.
classic,
That was the
literally
president.
changed the game. That literally brought in the woke movement. That influenced so many things. Hidden Colors was the game changer. Huge movie. We were selling out
And Hidden
movie
Colors
theaters
was good.
literally all over the
Very
world.
good. I
Some of
love,
y'all who
yeah,
went
that's
to
why I
the
said I
screenings,
did
y'all
love
saw
Hidden Colors.
it was lines around the corner, all over the country with those films, independent, killing the game.
Right.
That shit
Dope.
they were all over the place. The DVDs were all over the place in barbershops,
Dope.
hair salons, schools, still are. They're still
Everywhere.
now in schools
And
and
it
everything.
needed to be.
None of those Black quote unquote media outlets like Gossip, Shade Room, none, they wouldn't promote it at all.
Hell no.
They would
Because
never
they was
promote it.
too
They would never
worried
talk
about
about it. Even though
losing
this,
followers.
you're supposed to be a Black media outlet, the hottest Black film about Black history is killing the game. They're not talking about it.
Nope.
And when they did talk about it, they were denigrating it. Do y'all understand what I'm saying?
Yep.
The Root, Madame Noir, they would denigrate the Hidden Colors series. They called it Hotep shit.
I bet you they couldn't
They
talk
would
that shit
denigrate
about
it.
Shahrazad Ali.
You know,
I
trying to
bet you they
denigrate me
couldn't.
and all of that stuff. Well, we're
That
doing something
Shahrazad
constructive and
Ali,
you're
they couldn't
denigrating it.
even
So
they couldn't
what's
even
going on with
mention her
that?
name in that shit.
So we start putting two and two together. And then we started to see that a lot of these people, these so-called Black media outlets, they were basically controlled by the DNC. They were basically satellites of the DNC. And the DNC, they need a dumb-ass Black constituency. They need you Black, dumb, and sleep.
That part.
You understand?
Yep.
They need you dumb. They need you listening to hood
Goal
stuff. They need you
driven.
sitting up
Right.
watching
Just
fight
yes
videos all day. They need
type
you
of
dumb and sleep.
motherfucking.
So all they got to do is come through with some catfish nuggets and your dumb ass gets out there and vote. If you are awakened, if you are smart, if your brain has been energized by the Hidden Colors film, now you're going to ask questions before you vote. And they don't want that. That's why they were denigrating it. And that's why they denigrate me now, because I wake y'all up and I make y'all ask some questions. What am I
Well,
going to get
that's why he also got robbed.
Yeah. What am I going to
You
get from my
remember
vote? I'm
when
not
his
going to go in
shit
here as a
got robbed?
blind, sleeping dummy. I'm up. I'm woke. I'm
They
awake.
took his
If I vote,
bread,
I'm
nigga.
getting
They
what
took
exactly?
all of his
Well,
motherfucking vital
you get to see some more
information
immigrants come over
that
here.
he
No,
had
that ain't
had.
enough.
You
Nope.
know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna
All
need
of
some
that shit.
tangibles.
Nigga,
they robbed this nigga.
So we started to see that tether class get very hostile because the white supremacists placed them into authoritative positions now. They're supposed to be our spokespersons. Roland and all those guys, they are, who's a tether, they're supposed to be our spokespersons. So now when we don't go along, when we say, hey, you know what? Let's slow down on just this voting for nothing. I would like to sit down with the politicians and kind of talk about what the
Look,
Black
I'll let
community
you
needs.
either say like
A lot
this.
of us were
Jesse,
saying, hey,
pause
we kind
this
of need
shit
some
real
things
quick.
within our community. And then
Bro,
we start
pause
getting the
this
tether
shit real
class
quick.
denigrating
Dead
us.
ass.
Rolling, you stupid fool, shut your ass up.
Yes.
And then when we start making some of these politicians lose, like Hillary, we made Hillary lose.
Bro, are you asleep?
Or when Hillary lost, they called me out personally. They started
Okay,
cursing
well,
my ass
pause
out.
this shit real quick.
Because I was telling people, I put up a hashtag. I started a
Dead
hashtag, no
ass,
candidates, no
please.
vote.
What I will say is that after the fact that his house got raided and like he got robbed, all kind of shit like that, there's a little speculation regarding me and the information that he puts out now. Because yes, it is very informative, but at the same time, you got hit up the way that you did. And like, I don't know. I saw more motherfucking consequences for my actions working for the news network.
Yeah.
When we were working, than he saw on his platform. So that makes me
Did you have your
a
whole house?
little lyric. Hey man, cause I went through it. Like FBI actually fucking showed up at my shit.
Yeah. Well, FBI put me on the watch list, so
I'm on it, but listen, these niggas actually showed up
yeah.
at my shit. Nigga, I'm sorry. Like, I got proof as to these niggas still not fucking with me. I'm Facebook banned. All
Me
kind of
too.
shit. Like,
Join the
the
club.
fact that Tariq Nasheed still says certain shit real freely.
Yeah.
And there's no consequence.
Yeah.
I'm skeptical about some of the shit that he's saying. I'm not gonna say, look, I'm not reaching, because I'm not gonna say the man ain't telling no truth. But I'm gonna say that you and I both know the cost of telling the truth.
Yep. Yep.
If it was the way, if he was really telling the truth right now, in all aspects, would it be like this, Jesse? Or would it be like the way that we are?
I mean, he's banned
Like,
me.
no, we might not have a whole bunch of viewers, but the viewers that we do have, trust, they know that they're hearing the truth.
Right. Otherwise, they wouldn't.
These motherfuckers with all these million fucking supporters and viewers, nigga, there be something going on. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
So just even watch. Discernment is everything.
Yeah, it is. But
Even watch what this nigga's saying.
It's for the message, though. It's not. I don't care about the messenger.
I get it, but even watch what this nigga's saying. Just watch that shit. Don't. Anybody watching this shit, don't sit up here and take everything as what he's saying as law. That's all I'm gonna say.
I mean, I'm trying to find out where.
Don't take it as law. Take it as advice. Take it as it's something that you need to look into. Take it into something that you need to research. Don't be taking nobody, even mine. Me or Jesse's nigga word for motherfucking law.
We've been saying that's
Brother Che.
Yeah, I'm still here. We've been
No,
saying
I'm just saying.
We've been saying since day zero. Don't take our word for it. Do the research.
Dead ass. You feel me? Don't take Ankai B's word for it. Don't take Brother Che's word for it. Don't, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Don't L. Dead ass.
Power mark. Okay. Let me get to this clip so I can round this show out.
Yep.
And it went viral. And I'm like, don't we ain't voting for no Hillary. We done dealt with the Clintons long enough. We done got the 3-strike Clintons whooping on our ass way too long.
Those racist pedos.
And then when Hillary lost, boy, the DNC sent them tethers after me, rolling. Listen, Hillary just lost. I like to say this, but Tariq Nasheed, people like him are stupid as hell, stupid fool. You big dumbass. Y'all listen to this fool. They started calling me out by name. And then when they tried to push Kamala Harris, tether mammy #1, they tried to push her out there. I started questioning her. The entire DNC went after me. Do y'all remember that?
Yeah.
All of them went after me. They started going in on me heavy.
Yeah,
it's a viral thread where when she was running for president, this is not when she was doing vice president, she was running for president, and she's up here, she pulled her hair back and was up here dancing.
She ruffled them feathers, man.
Look, this woman
that was
pulled
a
her
good
hair
thing.
back to show her edges with this fake bullshit.
You feel me?
Oh, don't you say that. Oh, they all started attacking me for calling
Yeah,
out
well,
Kamala Harris
you ruffle feathers.
and her fake shenanigans.
He sure did.
You were supposed to. That's our duty.
I started to see how organized this thing was and how they get all of these non-FBA people to do the dirty work for them. And then, family, we saw this thing come to a head with the Clubhouse app.
Yep.
When the Clubhouse app came out, that became a breeding ground for anti-FBA rooms.
Yeah.
See, when Clubhouse launched, a lot of these African and Caribbean
Because
immigrants,
anybody can
they
throw
started
anything
hosting
out
these
there.
daily anti-FBA rooms, openly denigrating us. They took all that stuff they used to say behind closed doors. Now they had a platform to kind of be anonymous,
and
say what they
unaccountable.
really felt, because they've had to pin it up so much for so long and say it and whisper.
That part. Comfortable and you ain't making them uncomfortable. You ain't doing your job.
Right.
That's right. That ass.
The whole screen just crashed. All right, let's put it back on.
FBA rooms openly denigrating us. They took all that stuff they used to say behind closed doors. Now they had a platform to kind of be anonymous and say what they really felt.
That they said it
They've
behind
had to
closed
pin it up
doors
so
though.
much for so long.
They did.
And say it and
No.
whisper it. So
They
now
said it
they
in
felt
public too. They
empowered.
just said it in different
The
ways.
Democrats propping them up. So they kind of felt empowered. And boy, around what, 2020, when did Clubhouse really get popping?
About 2018, 2019.
Yeah, when Clubhouse launched, the stuff they used to whisper in private, boy, they would get on there and talk about how cultureless we were, how jealous we are of them because they got culture and they know their roots, and all them up
Cabbage
here
Patch
mimicking us using our
motherfucking babies.
dialect, by the way.
Nigga, y'all don't know shit that the Rothschilds
in
didn't
on
teach
us on
you.
Clubhouse.
Right. That part.
They had a field day denigrating us.
Oh, fucking Cabbage Patch babies.
And then they tried to bring that stuff over to the Twitter spaces.
Yeah.
That didn't quite work out like they thought it was, because by that time,
no, because we had
the
proof.
delineation movement was in full swing.
Bitch, we had proof.
We started to delineate it. We started to call it out. We started to compare notes, and we said, hey, man, we're going to have to look at everybody's paperwork.
Yeah.
You don't want us looking at everybody's paperwork, because y'all got the biggest chapter here in the U.S. that y'all don't want read out loud.
In the early Twitter spaces, The crazy anti-FBA tethers used to be in these Twitter streets heavy. We shut all that down. We got a couple left, like Bushmeat Barrister. We got a couple of renegades left, but it was they were big on talking all that crap. But now, by this time, everybody have the right talking points to counter that stuff. Yeah, we knew how to counter all of that stuff. And the thought leaders and the speakers and the commentators just weren't having it. And those narratives got checked in real time. So you got to hear people dismantle and debunk them falsehoods and expose that contempt.
It's happening 4K on this motherfucking show too.
And then they try to do after we start getting on their bumper, their contempt was cloaked in the whole unity talk. They start talking about, hey, we must be Pan-Africanists. We have to have unity. We're all black. Yeah. While you waving your flag.
We're all black. But everybody else gets a nationality if they need refuge.
Denigrate our culture.
That part.
I'm just saying. Everybody else gets a nationality if they need refuge.
For clout.
So what the fuck are you talking about?
Position in practice, because that's the con game. So they want us to be generic Africans, so they can have a one-up.
Because Africa ain't even gonna fucking accept us.
And they
dude, shut the fuck up. Because they know that we're not them.
The real deal, and we are a carbon copy of them.
Carbon copy. No, motherfucker, they know we're not from that land.
Whenever we do something under the guise of African American, they come in and be like, well, listen, everybody move over. A real African is here, nigga.
Right.
This is what we need. No reparations, no Black History Month. Hold on. Then everybody's looking at each other. You see, that's why they have a problem with us ditching the term African American. The African American term was a trick bag.
All we needed was foundational American.
Hey, we're not
How about that?
Labels you're imposing on us.
Foundational American.
Foundational Black American.
We built it. That's it.
Them right out in the head.
Bitch.
That changed the game.
Even though we the original.
And don't put black in it either. Motherfucker, we don't need no color describing the foundational American.
Power is in the black.
And that stopped the tethering in its tracks.
Black, that scares people.
And then we started
Guess what? We are etherical. It doesn't fucking matter.
Real time.
Fuck them. They don't respect us.
And instead of them coming to terms with that and saying, hey, you know what? We need to change our ways. You know what, Black Americans, you guys are right. We've been on the
and let's honestly pronounce America the way it was supposed to be pronounced. Amaruka. Okay? Amaruka is also a part of the reason why there was an original Tupac Amaru before Tupac Amaru Shakur.
Passing you up for white
because this was Amaruka.
Yeah, our bad. No, they didn't do that.
That's why he chose that name.
Their thing was
exactly. It was Amaruka.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't think about the motherfucking pronunciation and shit.
Everybody's delineating from them.
They like I said, every state that you pronounce,
we ain't caping for
like. It has a Native American meaning,
this thing up and
right? But it's pronounced differently.
Tariq brainwash you.
Montana, you know what I'm saying?
He has used voodoo.
Oklahoma, that's not pronounced the way that we say it.
No.
No, one man.
Those were actually, you know what I'm saying, spiritual blessings on the places that you live.
If one dude is messing up Pan-Africanism, then it must not have been popping. No, Tariq ain't doing nothing.
The motherfuckers really got the shit fucked up. That was another reason, like I said, had a problem with Shabbat's theory on some shit.
Yeah, just put that mirror up to let you reflect on your own actions. All that undermining foundational Black Americans. No. Y'all want to project your guilt onto me? I held that mirror up to
The
you.
fact that people still pronounce
To let you
California
see
the
the
way that they
contempt that
do
you
when
had
it's
for us. That's not
Khalifa.
going to go down no
Right.
more.
And
And I'm
Jerry Melly,
educating
he
FBAs about
We
it.
know the queen it
You
was
blaming
named
me.
after.
It's easier than acknowledging
Queen
your
Khalifa.
role.
That wasn't Khalif.
That's why you got to
Khalif.
be out here by
She wasn't
yourself.
Queen Khalif. She was Queen
A lot of these folks
Khalifa.
don't want to admit that they were active
Well,
participants
that's
in
where Cuz
all
is
of that
at. He's in
anti-FBA,
California right now.
cotton picker, where they y'all were talking cash shit and act like y'all weren't. Yes, you were.
Yeah,
All they have
This
to
is
do
our
is
coach Nano
acknowledge
coming over
themselves as
here. Mona
Alones.
Scott with Love and Hip Hop showing all of that
Honestly,
ratchetness.
a lot of black people that are going through
Don't
any
sit
type
here
of
and talk
shit in
about I
California.
created some
All they have
division.
to
What
do is
you
acknowledge
got to
themselves
have
as
a level of
original
unity before you
Alones.
can have division. Where was all this unity? It was nothing but exploiting and denigrating. I just started I was one of the first to point it out because I was a target from these damn tethers. They were targeting my ass.
They were
the tether media and the tether politicians, along with White Mommy and White Zaddy. So I started to see the play a long time ago.
Yeah.
Because see, these people, they benefited from all that anti-FBA nonsense.
Yeah.
They benefited
As
from
you
it.
can
Now they
see,
got
I eat
exposed.
crackers up.
Yeah. I was just getting down.
They benefited from that myth that they're
I
the
eat
good black
crackers up,
immigrants and FBAs are
which
the real
means can't no
problem. And
cracker
once
bring
that
no
dynamic
bullshit
was
to me.
exposed by us delineating, they panic. They're panicking now.
Nigga, I'll eat you up
Who
with a
called up?
piece of
He's
beef summer
all
sausage.
incoherent.
Fuck you, bitch.
Especially no
He just
saltine.
babbling, don't know what to say. They're
Well, no,
panicking right now.
especially a saltine one. Bitch, I'll eat you up with a piece
And
of
what they
beef
want to
summer
try to do is
sausage. Shut the
discredit
fuck
the
up.
messenger instead of basically acknowledging your years of one-sided disrespect.
So everything going to pronounce differently. People love being lied to. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Stop
Like I
that.
said, vocabulary is key.
Yeah. See the
That even
FBA
goes into the
delineation movement. It
pronunciation of
shattered
shit.
that whole cultural superiority complex. Like I said, quietly, they believe that their culture, heritage, their accents made them better or more rooted to Africa. So now that we ain't using that term no more, you don't feel superior no more.
Right.
That's why they're mad, because now we're embracing our American culture. We're not continental African. So hey, knock yourself out. You got it. Wait, nigga. You are African too. You are Bantu. They're always trying to put some weird tribe that you're just saying shit. You are Ipa. Nigga, you don't know nothing. Shut up.
They got
I know I'm
paid
not.
through the eugenics
Stop it.
study. Listen,
Yeah.
a lot of
We are
countries got
foundational
paid
Black
through
Americans.
eugenics studies,
Yeah.
right?
And we're uplifting
That's
our
why
own
these
rich culture here. We're
DNA tests
not even
became
denigrating
what
you.
they did.
We're not denigrating you. We're
Okay?
uplifting our own culture. Now you
They're
come over
getting
talking
paid
greasy,
for
you
giving
get
you the
roasted.
wrong
Yeah, we start
eugenic
roasting you.
test. They're
Because
getting
y'all know that's
paid
part
to
of
spin
foundational
a
Black
false
American culture. We
narrative.
roast, and they want to
Everything.
go toe-to-toe with the
Yeah,
roast
Cuz
game with
said
us.
Jesse will tell
Dude, we
you.
got way
I
too much
keep saying
material on your
folks
ass.
need to go back to school.
That's the problem. They want to get into a roast battle.
That part.
Remember when we do
Man,
the
I'm
early
serious.
Twitter spaces, the Somalis and East Africans, they come in here trying to roast. You niggas eat fried chicken. You eat Popeye's chicken and smoke crack, nigga. Really? Are we really going there? Y'all don't want to play the dozens with me. Y'all don't want to go there. We kept warning them.
Hit the wrong button again.
We start
No,
lighting them up.
I
We
was
start
trying to
getting on
get
them
some food
foreheads,
off my
flip-flop
damn
flies.
phone.
Yeah, man, y'all got we got too much material for y'all to be up here trying to
Like
roast
they don't want to
somebody.
play the dozens with us. They'll lose every time.
Dude, come on now.
Nigga, I'll tell them, Britain, come get
So the
your
thing
kids.
is, man,
Right.
Spain, come
they
get your
can't refute
kids.
facts, so they try to attack,
Nigga, Sweden, come get your kids.
influencers. See, I brought
Poland, come get your
receipts.
kids.
I brought the data and the historic evidence to
The
basically
fuck you
highlight all
mean?
of that
Germany,
passive
come get
aggressive
your
disdain.
kids.
Right.
That's why old tweets of me talking about essence and how they're going down. I had a tweet from a damn near a decade ago breaking that down. And now we see it in real time. We see it playing out right now. Everybody's criticizing Essence for their lackluster productions now.
They didn't even honor Frankie Beverly.
So
That's
the thing is,
dumb
they're
shit.
upset because foundational Black Americans, we're now saying no.
Right.
For a long time,
The fuck you
they've
mean?
expected unconditional unity from us while mocking, displacing, and dismissing us. Now that we're pushing back, we're setting boundaries now. We're practicing lineage-based solidarity.
Right. We're
We're
just
not letting
letting you know
anybody
where we're
denigrate
really
or
from
exploit
and
Right.
knowing that we know
our
the
lineage.
truth.
Right.
So
The
now they
line's
feel
been
offended.
thrown in the sand.
So instead of
Like you said,
reflecting,
go
they're like,
back to your home.
Tariq, he poisoned Black unity. We were going to have Akon City, nigga. Did y'all see the shit with Akon City, by the way?
Oh, did you hear about what happened to Akon?
Yeah.
Did y'all see the stuff going on with Akon City? Yeah, Senegal pulled out. They were like, Akon, get this bull. You ain't about to give us our damn land back.
Right.
Remember, Senegal gave Akon, rapper Akon, singer, rapper, whatever he calls himself. They gave him a bunch of land because he went up there talking about he's going to build Akon City. It's going to be like Wakanda. It's going to be flying trains, and it's going to be kryptonite bush meat. It was just
He
going to be all
probably
types of
really did
ridiculous
have those
shit
plans,
that
but he
they
didn't
were
know
going to
his
have.
booty hole was
It was going to have
involved.
radioactive must. Is just all types of weird shit.
Damn.
You understand?
And
He probably really did have those
Akon was trying
intentions,
to
but
get
he
us
didn't know.
involved. Remember, he
Going
was
through
going
the
around
people that
telling
he
us,
went through,
listen,
he
y'all
was
over here in
gonna have to
America,
give
we
up
got
his
a whole, we need to
manhood.
come back to the motherland. Yeah, nigga, we got to come back to the motherland. We got all that land. I'm about to build Akon City. Y'all need to get on down with
Yeah,
this.
and so he
And we're gonna
tried to
have
finesse a different way.
high rises,
But he
futuristic
still
buildings.
tried to finesse
It's
instead of
gonna
just
be
being, you know
underground
what I'm saying,
tunnels
real.
with high-speed trains. It's
That's
gonna
why
be
he got fucked up.
baboons with wings and helmets flying everybody to the airport. Just all types
Because
of
once
bullshit.
you
They were
sign them
trying to get
contracts,
us
you
on
still owe
board
them
with.
money regardless.
And
And he didn't want to put out
talking
no
about
more
all the
albums.
money that
He
they
didn't
need
want
and
to
all
be a
that.
part of the game no more.
And
So
Senegal
he
gave them
tried to
land,
find
but
different
now
ways out, right?
we ain't interested
But
in
if
none of
you're
that
not,
stuff.
you
There's
know,
zero interest in us collectively for participating
experienced
in
in
any
that
of that
shit
stuff.
and the shit don't
And
turn out
without
right, you
us
still
on
owe
board, because
them
see,
something.
it only would work if we were going to be on board.
Whether it's your ass or not.
You understand what I'm saying?
You know?
Nothing really works.
Yeah, hold it down for a second.
You know, in Black society anywhere, unless FBAs are on board. Yeah. And because we ain't with it, we've delineated. We're like, we good. We ain't about to go to Mustania or whatever you're gonna call your magic city. We're not. We're cool. So now everything fell flat. You know, my sister Aki put up some good tweets earlier talking about the Essence thing. Like, that was dumb for Essence to try to pander basically to the non-FBA crowd. They don't, she made a good point. She's like, the non-FBA crowd don't really support stuff like that. That's not a good demographic.
They
They
don't
don't get
even know
nothing
about the
popping.
real
Which is
significance of
true. To be
Essence.
honest, y'all don't really get nothing popping unless it's tethered on to us. I'm not trying to be mean. You don't get nothing popping unless it's tethered on to us. We have to be on board. That's why they're so mad with us delineating. They know without us co-signing some shit, it's rough for them. They ain't gonna get nothing popping. Look, am I lying? Tell me where I'm lying.
No.
Hell, even Afro beats. They love talking about Afro beats. Afro beats is the banging, nigga. Listen to Afro beats. What do they sample in most of them Afro beat songs? Most of them are samples from songs, FBA songs from the 90s and the 2000s.
And K-pop.
Right? Burna Boy, Wizard. They
K-pop is
sample
the
our
same
old
thing.
R&B shit. And then
Afro beats and
man,
K-pop
I'm not
is
trying to be mean,
generic
but you just
hip-hop.
don't get nothing popping without us. And like my sister said, they tried to get the Essence Festival. They thought they were going to try to pander to another audience. That's going to fall flat. These folks,
I'm back.
Some of these non-FBAs, they don't really get things popping on their own. They basically get online to whine to us. They get online whining at us all the damn time, but they don't really get nothing popping.
Right.
And I'm not trying to denigrate nobody, but we got to talk real here.
Yeah, we do.
You got to talk
Back
real here.
Trump feelings.
But the thing is, a lot of these folks, they're so used to speaking in codes, and I start making their little codes public. I'll start letting folks know what they're saying, where they're saying it, the little slick shit that they're doing. Them sitting up here trying to project the lack of culture onto us, talking about we ain't got no culture, this, and I'm like, we don't know where we're from. I'm like, wait a minute, family, don't let none of the. We've been here longer than their countries have been around.
That part.
Don't let them project that on us. We are more deeply rooted than them.
Yeah.
We know our culture. We know who our ancestors are. We can actually trace our ancestors by name because we were very well documented over here. See, we let them run a Jedi mind trick. We had to clean that up. I started as a historian letting people know, no, we got to clean that up. We know more of our history than they do. They don't really have records like that. Not only that, they don't have birth certificates like that. The majority of Africa don't have no birth certificates. A lot of these folks don't know how old they are. That's why they have these January 1st birthdays. A lot of folks didn't know that until I pointed that out. They really got mad when I pointed that out.
Right.
Boy, they got mad. How dare you tell them that, nigga? I was born on New Year's. No, you weren't. You were born somewhere in a tent in the Serengeti, and you got breastfed by a camel, nigga. You don't know when you were born or where. You don't know nothing.
Right.
You So we started pointing all of this stuff out. Yeah. And so now there's a fear of losing control of the Black narrative here in America. See, the delineation movement, it challenges that idea that anybody Black,
the earth, look, the earth is in a
or
reset,
melanated
so
can speak
everybody
for
will
Black
know who the
Americans.
originals are.
Right.
So the immigrant
The first
elites,
shall be
our
last,
political
and the last
gatekeepers,
shall
see, they
be
used to
first.
be able to insert themselves into our
That probably
foundation of
won't be
Black American
fulfilled.
struggle and then rewrite history. And I was one of the people to help disrupt that power structure. So instead of them acknowledging their false representation, they want to call me a divider because I done woke everybody up to some of that bullshit. You see, they want the benefits of unity without the responsibility. See, a lot of them, they
without
love, they talk about
accountability.
unity when it benefits them.
Accountability
Grants,
is
media
a hell of a
roles,
drug. Didn't I say it
jobs,
earlier?
positions, all that.
Yeah.
But they don't want to be called out for dismissing foundational Black American culture and history.
I meant it.
Yeah.
Yep. You was dead on.
So the thing is, they're mad at the grassroots because now the grassroots, they think for themselves. I didn't divide anything. I informed the grassroots. Now everyday foundational Black Americans are thinking critically. You're pushing back. You're delineating. That grassroots awakening, that threatens the immigrants who depend on foundational Black American silence. I'm not talking about our riders, because we still got riders and we love you and we rock with you and respect that.
Right.
So them trying to attack me by saying I done brainwashed everybody. Oh, you taught niggas to hate us. Listen, y'all think these 43 million foundational Black Americans don't see you and see the little slick shit you do and see the undermining? You think they don't see that? At their jobs, you go to the job and you see a tether becomes a supervisor, then all of a sudden you getting sabotaged out of your job, and then all of a sudden it's a bunch of them up there. People see this stuff in real time. They're putting two and two together. They're like, hey man, hold on. Hey, we're gonna have to reassess this thing.
Right.
But people ain't dumb. They see it what they see what it is. They see with their own eyes.
Microphone check. Microphone check.
Did you microphone check?
Mic check. Mic check. 1 2 1 2.
Microphone check.
Did you see the documentary Microphone Check?
No.
It's on Amazon now.
Well, just know if it's low vibrational as far as music, I don't listen to it no way.
No, it's not low vibrational at all. It gives the whole history of hip hop here in America.
Okay, and I'm not gonna say that hip hop is a bad thing, but I'm not gonna say it's the greatest either.
Yeah, well, it's one of many genres we created.
It literally was supposed to be poetry to music. That was it.
Rhythm and poetry.
That was it.
All right, sis. So, what's your closing statement? Because I'm about to wrap this up.
All right. Well, my closing statement would be yes, FBAs and even their other family that doesn't acknowledge that, and even for our family that only considers themselves Pan-Africanist and they're from the diaspora because of DNA tests that were geared to show them otherwise, and rob them of land rights, mineral rights, what have you, um, and human rights,
Yeah.
because you get human rights on your land.
Yep.
Uh, Anybody who is actually listening to that type of propaganda at this point in life, when there's been so many facts proven, and like there are people like me that can show you 6, 7 generations back here in America
Yep.
that I came from native blood
Yep.
and tribes that aren't considered black tribes anymore.
Right. Like the Yamasee, like the
Like
Waka.
I said, I showed you where they said Taos, Indians come from now.
Yep.
They put it in New Mexico when Taos used to be in Pueblo.
Pueblo, Colorado. And you see my shirt straight out of Colorado.
Exactly. But see, what I'm straight out of is reasoning.
Yeah.
I'm straight out of reasoning with y'all.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to find out the hard way and get deported and do whatever, go get sent somewhere else and then find out that you don't belong there too. Okay, so be it. In the meantime, I will hold down my turf.
That's right.
I will be here.
On the line.
They can't take shit from me because I have too much knowledge about who I am here.
Mm-hmm.
You can't take shit from me. And I know that the 14th Amendment, you know, because see, what people don't realize is we won the Civil War.
Yeah, we did. We sure in the hell did.
And if it wasn't for the Emancipation Proclamation that declared us as prisoners of war,
Mm-hmm.
we'd be running everything right now.
Facts.
So, if people are not willing to acknowledge fact over feeling,
Right.
then I can't fuck with you.
I agree.
And I wish you the best of luck on your endeavors and journeys trying to figure out who the fuck you are.
Right.
But in the meantime, I know who the fuck I am.
Right.
I will get justice for my land. I will get justice for my ancestors. My ancestors will be able to finally rest in peace.
Right.
Everything financially flows from there.
Mm-hmm.
Do you understand? When you set things right spiritually, physically, everything manifests for you.
Yeah.
So if we really want reparations, seek justice for your ancestors.
That's right.
Stop fucking around.
Right. All right. Thank you, sis, for those
right.
words of wisdom. And you know, you're always welcome on this platform. So,
well, you know, I duck here and I duck there, and anybody who really, you know, wants to make sure that they're not getting flagged for what the fuck I said, go on DuckDuckGo to fucking watch it.
well, the disclaimer's been put up there. I read the copyright disclaimer, all that. So they look real good trying to come after me.
Well, they look real good trying to come after the truth with some fucking feelings.
Right.
Fact always trumps feelings.
Mm-hmm.
Get the fuck out of here.
Right. All right. Well, thank you, Sister B. It's always a pleasure having you on.
Peace and abundance, bro.
Yes. So this is going to conclude season 5, episode 16, part 1 of the Frontline Black News. Make sure y'all check us out tomorrow for a brand new episode after the Black Arts Festival. And in the meantime,
which we will be attending.
Yeah. And in the meantime, make sure y'all like and subscribe to all our platforms, Frontline Black News on YouTube and Facebook, The Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook. And sister, you have a channel?
No, you know I don't. I gotta remain anonymous right about now. They clock me on every fucking thing.
And shout out to Cuzzo J Militant for coming through. Shout out to Twin Pyramid for always hyping up the room.
Yes, shout out to J Militant crew. Who else were like? I mean, you know, the people I know from like day ones, A1s, day ones, all of y'all. You know what I'm saying? Thank you, love you, and continue. Hopefully to see you.
Yes.
Peace and abundance.
We'll see y'all on part 2. Peace.